we go. Hey, Matt, you are first. I finally got some of them blocks printed. I got 8 kilograms of blocks right there. You too, Angry Mank. Seriously? Not much, Mike. I finally got some of the blocks to print. The printer's not angry anymore. It was just going too fast. Oh. I finally got the pins scaled correctly for putting them together. So now for 276 grams, I can print 16 of them. And although I do need to set up for a small batch. I need to make a G-code file for a small batch so I can use up the little bit of filament that's left on the end of each roll. I might even print one pin with the block. The problem is some rolls are really tight. Like there might not be enough filament for a block and a pin. I got the that hot end taken apart, and I can actually take that off if I want to. I already had it off, and it just slides over top of this tube. This tube is what the filament goes through, and whatever's in there is jam tight. It ain't coming out. I don't know what the hell it is, but it's in there good. I mean, I could poke it from both ends. You know, it's about that far inside the hot end, and it's about that far inside that end. Oh, it's pretty thick. So just about at the end of the heatsink. It's right there. It's in that little section from here to here. There's probably some plastic in there too, but whatever the heck is in there is really hard. Like, it does not want to come out. I think the only way I'm going to get it out is to get a 1.5 millimeter rod that I can shorten. You know, that's only about that long. So I can then put a pair of pliers on here and force whatever it is in there out. It'll likely destroy the tube. It's probably already destroyed. But, yeah, I mean, hitting the end of this, I have a limited amount of force that I can apply. I've been using my my Fat Max, and, you know, I can hit the end of this, but this is so long and flexible that there's going to be a lot of spring action. So nowhere near all the energy I'm putting into the wax is actually going into the whack. I'll keep working on it though, just because I'm curious. I've got a little microscope, and I really want to see what in the hell is in there. I could jam this thing up so tight. Thank you, Jerry. As I tore this thing all apart to its base components. And that goes in there. And that's your tube sticking out the top there. Fun, fun, fun. So I finally got blocks printing. I printed one, two, three. I printed 3 full-size blocks and 1 half block. I fabbed out the half block because when you have a partial row like this, because you want the blocks to stagger. See how they're staggering? You really want that stagger in the blocks for strength. So at some point you need, well, usually the corners aren't a half block. They're a full-size block turned sideways. And, but every now and then you're going to get to a junction where you have to terminate the wall and you're a half block away from the termination because of the stagger. The 2 rows can never end up the same. Because every face is going to have a stagger. So at each end, where, well, in this case, where the door ends up, wherever the door ends up into the, well, this one won't have a door, but this one's going to be a little weird because I plan to make more use out of this space. So it's going to be E-shaped. You know, it's going to be shaped like that. And then, you know, the depth of the wall is going to be 4 feet. This way I could take those, if you guys remember, I had those plastic pallet crates. Actually, I can show you. Folding pallet crate. There it is. Really? There we go. So if you guys remember, I have 4 of these that I use to allow me to stack vertically in the bus. 2 of them were filled with printers, and 2 of them are filled with filament. Thank you, Tie Guy. Yeah, and apparently that like button actually is effective for live streams. It causes the algorithm to suggest that live stream a lot more frequently if people actually hit the like button. I didn't think it had that much of an effect. I guess they're trying new ways to determine interest. So I have 4 of these. 2 of them are still filled with filament inside the bus. But the other 2, we got the printers out of them. Most of the printers are still in the bus. They're just, you know, lined up along the length of the floor. And we removed the crates from the bus. But these crates are fantastic storage. So I plan to design an E-shaped wall in the back here. Instead of just being a straight wall, the wall is going to have 2, maybe 3 legs. Probably only, well, the advantage of 2 is that I would only have a 10-foot span to bridge for a roof. Well, if I went with 2 legs, I'd have the full 20-foot span to bridge. But the disadvantage of having a 3rd leg is that it's going to take up a lot more plastic. I'll probably end up going with 2 legs, and then maybe either a pillar or a live attachment to the carport in order to give me the stability I need for the roof. So I want to be able to have a couple of these underneath the carport sheltered. Now, the other thing I thought about was I don't really need these sheltered under the carport because I can get covers for these. I wish I can get these. I don't have that. That nice little cover right there. I could really use that. But I could cover these. And then I could put shelves, shelving units inside that space. I gotta think about that. Yeah, I gotta think about that. Because the space would be much more valuable. Yeah, I gotta think about that, how I want to do that. I might also have to modify a brick to build in a hinge attachment point so that I can install hinges into the block to put a door in. Because it wouldn't be that hard to design that into the block. Especially if I designed the hinge to be a trapezoid. And then designed a trapezoid insert in the block. And then you could just friction fit the hinge into the door itself. Into the not the door, the block. And then just have a very large hole through the hinge and through the block so I can 3D print a bolt to put the hinge in the block. This way I wouldn't need to use regular hardware. I can 3D print everything. I also need to redesign the peg. Do I have one handy? When I pull one off of there, I'll be able to show you. When I pull one of these down, I'll be able to show you the pegs. I need to design a peg that has a foot that's like a Phillips screw foot so that it'll dig into the ground. It probably, because of the hard soil that we have here, it'll probably never be strong enough to penetrate the ground itself. Well, maybe back east where you have soft soil it would work, but here it's hard. I'm probably gonna have to mark each spot and take a little drill screwdriver to it, a drill, an auger, a little auger bit on the drill and drill a little hole where the pins would be going to the ground so that the wall will have some lateral stability. So the wall won't tend to want to shift and move. Because this will be substantial. Substantial enough to hurt somebody if it falls over. So I want to make sure it's stable. I gotta think about that. I might have to figure out how to design a 450 millimeter block. So a block that will, so to show you what I'm talking about, I didn't think of that. I gotta think about that now. So here's your block. This one didn't finish printing. This is such a nice one, I might actually print that last little bit and glue it on there. It'll be good as a base block at the bottom where you don't have to worry about niceness. But the pins go in here, and those pins allow you to join two blocks together. So like this, or like this, or for a corner, like this. So what I might need to do is design a block that is 450 millimeters long. So you see how there, this is 300 millimeters by 150 millimeters. So with a 450 millimeter block, I'll have a foot on both sides. And then once you have the foot come out, you can then just extend the wall a little bit. And that will give the wall some stability. Because the wall in the back, for example, is going to be made up of, each row is going to be 17 kilograms. So each row is going to be 40 pounds, 10 rows. I mean, it's a 400-pound wall. So the wall is going to be made up of 400 pounds of these. So making sure it's safe is kind of important. I gotta think about that. How would I even do that? I might have to do a 225 millimeter block. No. Yeah. 75 millimeters smaller. So yeah, 225 millimeter block, and have the blocks be opposites of each other. Well, you just put it upside down. So the block would have a hook on the end of it. Instead of the block coming all the way out 300 millimeters, the block would come out to, I'd have to figure it out, but basically this section of the block wouldn't be here. It would be a hook, so that you could take a second block as a hook to form a bigger block. This way people wouldn't have to have bigger than a 300 millimeter printer. Expecting people to have a 300 millimeter printer, if you're going to invest the kind of money into this kind of a project, you're going to have a 300 millimeter printer. But you might not have a 400 millimeter printer. And even then, that wouldn't be enough. You would need a 500 millimeter printer to print a 450 millimeter block. So that's a big ask. So I could make it so that the block is 225 millimeters in overall length, but still be 300 millimeters. So there'd be a 75 millimeter overlap between the two blocks, so that the total of the two blocks would be 450 millimeters. That would retain the integrity of the pin alignment, so that the pins would still align as you assemble the wall. Yeah. So it has to be 300 millimeters, and I just have to take I have to take away half the block here, and then a part of the block here, so that the two blocks can lock together. And engage each other somehow. But how would I maintain? So I would still need that center pin. Ooh, that's annoying. That's really annoying. The only way to make the block symmetrical is to split the pin in half. Otherwise, you'd have two different blocks. And I don't want two different blocks. I want one block that you print twice. I guess I wouldn't really need the center pin. The center pin would be nice. but the end pins and the other blocks all integrated might be sufficient. That you'd be okay with that center being loose, because it would overlap this way and this way every other layer, and you wouldn't have to have these weirdo blocks. Well, yeah, you would have to have them every layer, wouldn't you? No, you wouldn't. You would not have to have them every layer. Wait a minute, am I overthinking this? Do I even need to worry about that? If I simply have two 300mm blocks, will they interlock every other layer? They might. If one block goes this way, and one block goes this way, and one block goes this way, I might be able to maintain the integration pattern without having to design a new block. So on the first layer, one block would be integrated, and one block would be free-floating with nothing integrated. Because this one would be integrated with this one, but this one over here would just be floating. It wouldn't be attached to anything. But the next layer, it would be integrated. It would lock in the next layer. Maybe. I gotta think about that. Very, very interesting. I gotta think about how that works logistically. Because I want to reduce the number of pieces. If I don't have to have a special piece, I'd rather not have a special piece. There's an elegance to being able to use the same piece for everything. I mean, it'd be easy enough to design a custom piece for every function, but then you'd have to be very exact with what you print and make sure you print the right part and more testing. And if I could just integrate it into a unified design, that would be far superior. I would much rather have that. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, I gotta think about that. And now I want to see about getting some of these lids for these pallet boxes. I wonder if they have IBC lids. Why is this taking so long? Okay, these aren't lids, these are caps. But for some reason, they're labeled as lid covers. So that explains why it's showing them to me. Here's something I'd like to get if I could. Ooh, orange. No, that still has a hole in the top. How much are they? I just like the fact that they're orange. $500 each? You're insane. Nobody in their right mind would pay that. I mean, you'd have to be stupid. Well, there's an IBC cover. But that looks expensive. $400 each. That's a little pricey. Here's the problem I'm running into. I need IBC covers. I have access to IBCs. So IBCs are, let me show you. Somebody might not understand what an IBC is. Let me find a nice clean picture of an IBC. Stop moving. Jesus. Hey, 3D Medic. If anybody knows where I can get one of these, and I need it to be cheap, I need a cheap copy of this, you know 20, 30 bucks kind of cheap. This is an IBC. We get these, for around 50 to 100 bucks. If you're lucky, you get it for 50 bucks. Usually it's around 80 to 100 bucks. I keep trying to find just the frame. So this is two pieces. It's a palletized frame, so it's usually an aluminum or steel frame that sits on a palletized floor. And then inside is a 300 to 400 gallon tote. And you get industrial quantity liquids delivered in this. Auto repair shops will get, an entire tote like this. Big auto repair shops, not little ones. Big auto repair places, garages and stuff like that will get, entire totes like this with, machining oil or transmission fluid or oil in it. And farms will get their stuff. So that's how we get the food grade ones. So some of these are food grade. And we get the food grade ones because we use these to capture rainwater. So you paint them black or you cover them in black like this, because otherwise you're going to get algae growth inside the water tank. And you run your rain capture system to this top opening here. And you open that up and you put a filter in there and you run your gutters and stuff using PVC pipe and whatnot until you get it to this. And you let this capture all the rainwater. And then you can take the water out of here. There's a spigot on the bottom here you can attach a hose to with an adapter. And then you attach to your own filtration system and you run it and you use it to water your garden, filter it and drink it. Use it for whatever you need. It's free water once you have the infrastructure set up. Well, I need a cover like this. And the problem is these covers, invariably, almost without exception, you can see it a little bit here, but they come with a hole in the top. I need a cover like this that's just a simple cover with no hole on the top. Because the hole in the top is where water's going to go through. I'm using these cages to hold stuff. I have, I don't even know what's in half of them. One of them is filled with furniture stuff. I have end tables, unassembled desks, stuff that I thought I might need in the future, but I don't need now. I grabbed it off Vine when I was a member of that. And the other one is filled with batteries and lawn power tools, like leaf blowers, weed whacker, stuff like that. Things I'm hoping to sell. I don't need that many. But it's got stuff in them. I use them for storage. And what I need is a cover like this that doesn't have a hole in the top. And it's surprisingly hard to find one. Everyone I find has, the hole in the top to access this thing. But the thing is, I'm not going to have this tank inside of it. This tank is going to be gone. I'm taking the tank out. Yes, it is. There are the default in the United States is rainwater collection is legal. The places where they attempt to make it illegal are illegal themselves. The rainwater is yours, and no one can tell you you can't capture it. Now, the reason that happens in a couple of cities, there's a couple of cities where there's restrictions. Well, yeah, car covers are a lot more expensive. You're talking, 60 to $100 for a cheap car cover. The problem is they're the wrong size. I want something that's fitted, something that's made for that IBC, so that when I put this thing on there and then tie it down to the bottom of the IBC, it's gonna stay. Well, I don't want to cover two, because now if it tears, it exposes two. And a van cover would cover like 6 of these. A van cover is going to be 25 feet long by 8 feet wide, which is enough to cover 8 or 10 of these things. And I want an individual cover, because I don't want to pack them together, because then you can't get into them. I want to be able to get around them so I can dig into them when I need to get something out of it. Take the cover off, get what I need, put the cover back on. Right now I'm using a canopy cover from one of my Easy Up tents. I had one get destroyed in the wind and the manufacturer replaced it, so I had an extra canopy. So I used the old canopy, it had a small tear in it, to cover up some of the stuff there. But it's sloppy. It doesn't look nice. It's sloppy. It's unsightly. While if I had just a bunch of these with proper fitted covers, it would look a whole lot better. I mean, the covers are not expensive. It's just that they all come with that hole in the top. Like if I go to IBC cover on eBay, and we can also check Amazon. So you can see they're not expensive. $20, $24. This one here is $20. It's a it's even got UV protection, which is nice. So it should last a little longer. $20, $17 for this PVC one. They're not expensive at all. The problem is the hole in the top. I just haven't found one yet that just doesn't have the hole in the top. So this one looks like it might be okay, but I'm betting you there's a hole in the top of that. Maybe there isn't. Could this possibly be one that doesn't have a hole? The problem is they don't show the top. I'm gonna have to save that one. And it's cheap too, $17. Can't afford one right now, but once I'm good to go, then yeah, sure. For that cheap price. Woozies. It looks like you tried to send something and it didn't come through. I only see one message from you. No idea what they're like, but seems to be what you're after. So I'm guessing you posted a link and YouTube deleted the link. Now, see that has a hole in the top. Hole in the top, hole in the top, hole in the top. Wait a minute. Does it have a hole in the top? Hole in the top, hole in the top, hole in the top, hole in the top. It says don't worry about it. See how that's a PVC cover and it's got a hole in the top? The cost to seal that hole would be greater than the cost of the cover. You know, this is a dumb idea, but IBC cover, no hole. Could that possibly work? No, it didn't work. And you said try Q work. IBC tote cover. Am I showing you what I'm seeing? Yes. Q work, IBC tote cover. Yeah, no shit. I can't afford it anymore, so I'm not paying for it. That looks like no hole. Ooh. What are you loading? And it's cheap, too. 15 bucks each. Order a 2-pack. That sure looks like no hole in the top. And it looks like I can invert it and put it silver side out if I want. Because if there's a hole in the top, you have a... Okay. These things are 4 feet by 4 feet, roughly. They're a little bit less than 4 feet. They're about 40 inches. 40 to 42 inches. So this is 4 feet by 4 feet. Okay? So you have, what's 4 times 4? That's 16. So you have 16 square feet of surface area to capture rain and snow. And what's going to happen with a 4 foot by 4 foot pouch that's 16 square feet that's capturing rain and snow? It's going to turn into a bowl. So it's going to capture like 100 gallons of water or snow. And that whole 100 gallons of water and snow is going to go right through that hole and soak all your stuff inside the tote. It's going to ruin everything inside the tote. Remember, what I'm doing is I'm getting the cages and I'm using them for storage. So like a little mini shed. And I already got 2 of them out front that I'm going to do exactly that with. So I need to keep the water out of the tote so that the stuff I put in the tote doesn't get destroyed by water. I mean, normally you keep stuff outside, in cover or not, it's going to get wrecked unless it's in something substantial, just from moisture. But we're so dry here that that's not a problem. As long as I can keep the rain directly off the stuff and the sun directly off the stuff, it'll be okay. So I need to keep the water out. And if you have any kind of hole in the middle, the water's going to go in. And there's nothing you're going to be able to do to stop it. At least with this, I can put something in the middle to bow it out this way so the water will drain off the sides instead of just pooling in the middle. But if you have any kind of a hole there, any kind of a... this hole right here, even when it's closed, see how it's got a hole right there? I mean, I don't care how you seal that, water's going in. There's nothing you're going to be able to do to stop water from going in that hole. No matter what you do, water is going in that hole. I didn't realize that when I bought this. You can see I bought one. Actually, I think I bought this one. I think I bought this one. Yeah. Because I was hoping it didn't have a hole. Because, from this picture, it looks like it doesn't have a hole. Oh, come on. Was it this one? I did. Oh. I switched it back. So I bought this one thinking, oh, that looks good. That looks like a plain cover. Yeah, you can see there, it's got a hatch. It's got a hole in the top. I was like, whoops. And as you can see, look at this one right here. See how it's bowling? It's turning into a bowl. Yeah, that's just going to fill with water. And then all that water is going to go straight into your tote. So that sure looks like no hole. He doesn't actually show the top, though. He's only going to show that. He's not going to show the whole cover. I wonder if anybody else has pictures, like reviewers. That looks like no hole. And it's only $15 each. They don't look very well built, but that's okay. So it's really made for the 330s. And no openings. Good. So that's important right there. That statement right there. No openings. The other thing I'm worried about is how thin they are. But you know, at $15 a pop, if they last a year, they'll give me time. No openings or holes for the IBC openings. Good. The only bad news is that they are too large for the 275s, and that's probably what I have. Yeah, there's big complaints about it being nowhere near fitting a 275. And I'm betting 275 is what I have. I wonder. Ooh, how big's that tank? Small tank. Came out of the back of a pickup truck, so it's not big. Yeah, that's not that big. Still, it's probably over a 100-pounder. And it's cheap, $100. I can't quite see. That's the data label there. Oh my god, look at that truck. Oh, look at this thing. Holy crap. Wow. I can't make them larger. That's annoying. No seats. That thing is a beater. Kia Rondo. Okay, let's stop looking at crap. IBC. So, yeah, the prices are pretty high right now. But yeah, they're all 275s. That's $100, but you're going to spend $25 to go get it because Estancia is like 40 miles away. Albuquerque, 100. Still, that's a little on the... I guess that's the normal price. Now, is that... Oh, that looks like a bigger one. The other problem is you don't want the big ones because they're going to be harder to get into. Yeah, I think these are the... the ones that have the beams that go across the top like that. I think these are the 330-gallon ones. But the typical one that you see is... ooh, those are expensive. The typical ones that you see, these here, you know, the food-grade water tanks. Too far away, though. It's in Berlin. Now, this is not a bad deal. Was yeah, El Paso, Texas. Yeah, sure. You ain't getting that tank for 30 bucks. Wow, Roswell's got totes for 40 bucks. That is so annoying. See, as soon as you get out of my area and you go to, near like El Paso, so near major cities, the prices go down dramatically. But because of where we are, look at this. $30 totes. I wouldn't even care about the rinsing of the tanks. I'm just gonna get rid of the tanks. All I want is the cage. $25 a tote. Oh, that's so aggravating that it's available so cheap, just not near me. That's so annoying. See, there's the tank outside of the tote. There's the tote outside of the cage. Oh, that's so annoying. Well, that might be worth grabbing one. They're available in Denver for 50 bucks. So while I'm in Denver at Rocky Mountain Rep, I might as well grab one. Just strap it to the roof, If I leave the tank with them and just take the cage, the aero drag penalty won't be that bad. If I can get a hitch installed on the car before then, I could put my cargo carrier on the back and I can strap a second one to the cargo carrier because it won't be that heavy once you get rid of the tote. Once you get rid of the plastic tote inside, you have just the cage. But of course, all the ones near here, 120, 120, 125, 185, that's the big 375 gallon one. See how much taller it is? Yeah, that's much, much taller, meaning you couldn't reach inside. So I definitely do not want the 330 gallon ones. And these are made for, the Q-Work one is made for 330 gallon, and it does not fit the 275 gallon. That's annoying. This looks like it probably has, yeah, it's got a hole on top. Huh. It's just something to think about. So yeah, now I'm gonna dig out I'm gonna try to stick with PETG. I especially like printing the transparent colors. That's important because it's gonna let light in. I don't want to make the carport dark. What I want to do is block the wind. Google survey. Which of the places have you visited recently? See, this is the annoying part. It says Smith's, so it clearly thinks I went to Smith's, but I didn't. I went to McDonald's and got nice coffee. So I'm going to say I went to Smith's. Say it was yesterday, was it? Was it yesterday? Yes, it was. Tuesday 19th. And I'm going to put, I entered but didn't buy anything. And that usually gets you a little bit more than the 10 cents. If you say you didn't go there, they only give you 10 cents. Not my fault they're too dumb to realize that I went to McDonald's and not that I went to McDonald's and not Smith's. That's their fault. Rawr. Yeah, all these have holes in the top. That is annoying. Is that a no hole top? How you doing, Ben? I already have the crates. I use them for storage. I'm sorry, I'm looking at two things at once here. So I already have these crates. I have, how many do I have? I have 3 of the IBC, no, 4 of the IBC cages. And I have, did it work? Was it successful? No, this has a cover on, all on top. Good. Now this Q-Work one says it's for 275 totes. But the description says it's not for 275 totes. What is the liters? I mean, it says 1,000 liter, 275 gallon. So are they just lying, or did they update the listing? Yeah, the power outlet that goes to the work table in there is bad. That's why the UPS kept tripping. And I haven't had the chance or means to get to that outlet yet, and it's not, the problem is not at the outlet, it's somewhere in the wall. And I am hyper paranoid about fire here. So I have a table set up in my bedroom to allow me to stream from until I can get that taken care of. I could run an extension cord, but I don't like doing that. It's even a good quality extension cord. It's just, it's iffy, and I am hyper paranoid about fire. So I try to avoid risking that. These kind of homes go up like tinder boxes in fires. It just whoosh, gone. And I don't want that. So we get to enjoy my block wall and the space station behind it. The probably spring tide when it's warmer. It's oh man, I'll probably have to pull some of the outside hardy board covers on the house to gain access inside the wall. Try to figure out where the failure is. Jesus. That's crazy. What did we have for food deals these past couple weeks? I tried to duplicate the Wawa Gobbler, and that was not as successful as I hoped. Apparently nobody sells 12-inch sub rolls around here. Just regular 12-inch sub roll. They just don't sell them around here. At least not here. Maybe in Albuquerque they'll have them. So the next time she has an appointment in Albuquerque, maybe I'll check. But the problem is, you can't store them for very long unless you freeze them. As bread goes moldy really fast here. I'm talking like days. So I got French bread, which looked like a big sub roll. Well, yeah, big sub roll, like this big. It was a little too big. I don't know if a sub roll is something I could easily make myself. Making rolls, yes. The white hot chocolate was, yeah, I screwed that up. We got to do that again. I got this bottle of Ghirardelli white chocolate syrup, really cheap, like cheaper than the cheap stuff at Walmart cheap. So I grabbed it. It's enough to make hundreds of servings of the white hot chocolate. And so I had 4 cups of milk in the pot, and I put a handful of the white chocolate morsels just to give it that texture, and I put in what was it? I think I actually put in 2 cups of the syrup. Yeah, I put in 2 cups of the syrup because it said, well, first of all, I screwed up. It said 4 ounces of syrup, and I made a double-sized batch. So I figured, okay, 2 cups. No, you idiot. A cup is 8 ounces. So you put 16 ounces of syrup when you needed 8 ounces of syrup. But even that would have been too much. I think I need like 4 or 5 cups of milk to a half a cup of syrup. It was so sweet. It was so ungodly sweet, it made your mouth pucker like Sour Patch Kids make your mouth pucker. It was so sweet. Oh my God. It was just unbearably sweet. I used the rest of the milk. I put another 5 cups of milk in it. Still too sweet. So even 1 cup of syrup would have been too much. Now, the bad news is it was really, really sweet. Good news is I now know I only need a very small amount of syrup. So we're still on the path to try to duplicate the peppermint white hot chocolate from Starbucks. Oh my God, it was so sweet. It was horrible. It was so sweet. Hey, Joe. Yeah, Joe. I have my brother grabbing me the ginger peach tea bags every time he goes to Wawa, and when he has enough to fill a small box, he's going to send them out to me. Because I only have about a year's worth left. I love the ginger peach tea at Wawa. It's just really good. And so the gobbler is basically a hot turkey sub with cranberry and stuff. Cranberry sauce and stuffing. I get it without the stuffing because I don't like stuffing. Not really. Well, sort of. It's weird. I like some stuffings. I don't know why. I guess my tastes are changing. But I tried to make one using the French bread. Way too big. I couldn't even get my mouth around it. So I need to. I ended up turning it into like an open face sandwich. I took half the roll and then just covered it with the turkey and the cranberry sauce, and it was good. It reminded me of the gobbler, but it wasn't the same thing. So I gotta find a source for some 12-inch sub rolls, or see if I can make them myself if that's practical. Because it's easy to make your own bread. I've made my own bread before, and it tastes great, but a lot of the times it's not the same thing as the bread you get in the store. They do something different. It's probably something to do with the way they mass produce it, preservatives, who knows. There's something different. It's not quite the same thing. And they also, it tends to be easier for the mass producers to have a tight crumb. When I make my own bread, the crumb tends to be looser. Unless I put it in a Pullman pan, where it's enclosed on all 4 sides. There's no place for it to expand to. That's a good way of getting tight crumb, but you can't do that with a roll. So I got to figure out how they get that tight crumb in their rolls, and I think that's part of why it tastes better, and also part of why they have that nice that nice, it's not overcooked, but it's a crispy outer shell. You know, they have that outer shell that my homemade rolls never have. Now, when you want nice, soft, flaky homemade rolls, that's great. But when you want to reproduce that sub-shop taste, that sub-shop texture, you need that hard outer shell that the manufactured rolls have that the homemade rolls don't. But I gotta find a 12-inch sub rolls. I also need to slice the turkey thinner. My chunks of turkey were too thick. The cranberry sauce wasn't too bad. I got whole berry sauce and mashed it up, and it was close, but not the same thing. Wawa has a special cranberry sauce that they order. I used to have a Wawa guy who would order extra tubs of the cranberry sauce for me, and I would bring that to Thanksgiving dinner because it was just so good. They use a hybrid cranberry sauce. That's it's kind of like half jellied and half whole berry. It's almost like a cranberry jam with whole berry cranberry sauce in it. So it's macerated a little bit. It's not just, you know, churned up cranberry sauce. So they do something different to theirs. I might have to try that. Take a half a can of cranberry sauce, add a little bit of sugar, cook it a little bit to macerate it, and then mix that back in with the rest of the cranberry sauce and see if that gives me the same flavor texture as the Wawa cranberry sauce. And yeah, I might have to try that. I want to bet you that's all they did. I want to bet you the liquid portion is just it's just macerated, you know, into almost a jam. Because I got a similar effect when I did the strawberries for the stuffed waffles, where I partially macerated it, and I got a similar jam-like texture. So I might have to try to do that with the cranberry sauce and see if I get a similar effect. You know, in this case, I'm not looking for best quality and best, you know, health aspects. I'm looking to duplicate what Wawa made as close as possible, to remind me of that. You know, I could do the tea. That's easy. You know, I even have a Wawa cup. But I want to duplicate. There's also another sandwich I want to duplicate, and I'm not sure how to do it. They used to have, even Wawa doesn't make it anymore. They haven't made it in probably 10 years. But I can't believe they got rid of it because it was their best sandwich. They had it was a roast beef sub. So all it was beef tips, you know, little chunks of beef, kind of like the chunks you see in beef stew, but not quite as soft, not quite as tender. So basically beef tip chunks, you know, roast beef in a gravy, and the sub would just be the sub, the provolone cheese, and the beef tips and gravy. That sandwich was the best sandwich Wawa ever made. And I don't know why they got rid of it. If anybody from Wawa tells me sales were down, you're a liar. It's as simple as that. You're lying. Because Wawa is a chain of, now they have gas stations, but they're all gas stations almost now. But it's a chain of convenience stores. Do you know what a 7-Eleven is? So, think how, compare a crappy diner like Denny's to a really nice family sit-down diner. Not really nice, not like 5-star, but think of Denny's as 1 star, and you're going to a 2.5, 3-star diner. Well, the Denny's is the 7-Eleven, and the 2.5 3-star diner is the Wawa. So here's a here is a typical. So here's a typical Wawa. So it's a it's a convenience store, and usually has gas outside, but it's really nice inside. It's not. I don't know what a QT is. It might be. I have never seen a store match a Wawa. I've seen places close, but never quite the same. Hey, Joe. So here's the Wawa. Now all this stuff is typical. Here's your coffee. No, that's your hot breakfast things. Over there is going to be your tea and coffee. Yeah, Buc-ee's would probably be similar, except Buc-ee's is probably bigger. Buc-ee's, I understand. I've never been to one, but I understand they're pretty impressive. But, they always have the hot coffee tea. This is all like a 7-Eleven. But the big difference with a Wawa is this. This is what makes the Wawa so much superior to like a 7-Eleven. This is it's basically, if you ever go to a gas station that has a grill, I don't know what you call them, but you go to a gas station, they have a little tiny kitchen, and they'll make you sandwiches and stuff like that. Well, they have that in Wawas. So they'll make you salads, they'll make you sandwiches, like custom cold cut sandwiches. They have hot soups on all day, and at different times of the year, they have different specialty flavor soups. Like in the wintertime, they're typically going to have a pumpkin bisque. In the summertime, they'll have a lobster bisque, and they're actually pretty good. They're actually delicious. And so they'll have seasonal specials that come and go, but they always have hot soups, hot sandwiches, cold sandwiches, hoagies, anything, regular cold cut sandwiches or hoagie sandwiches. You customize it, you pick whatever you want. What sauces, what cheeses, I guess you could think of it as a super advanced Subway also in there, because they'll make all the sub sandwiches. But they do so much more. It's like a really high-end convenience store. It's a really... And the prices are fair. Oh yeah, that's in... I thought the biggest one was in Tennessee. The biggest one's in Texas? Because you're in Texas, right? I've never been to a Buc-ee's. I would like to go to that gigantic one, the one that covers like acres and acres and acres. It's got like multiple buildings and shit and museums on it and all that kinds of stuff. I'd love to go see that. But that's a Wawa. And it's a it's an East Coast thing. So basically Wawa covers it doesn't quite cover the very northeast, like up in New Hampshire, but right below Vermont, starting there down to almost to the Carolinas, and then it starts up again Florida, north of Florida. Yeah, the largest Buc-ee's is just insane. $350 employees. Wow, 74,000 square feet. Yes, Sayreville, Tennessee. I thought it was there. Yeah, I thought it was Tennessee. Look at that. Look at that place. These are all gas pumps. Underneath all this is all gas pumps. Holy crap. Now you see, this is where Buc-ee's really screwed up. First of all, you see how they have this big Buc-ee sign on top. They should have put a clean cover on this and painted it. It would have been worth it just for the aerial advertisement. But my God, look at the size of that place. It's like a shopping center. What the hell? Yeah, I would love to go there one day. Oh, interesting. It looks like they're going to build a larger one. Oh no! Texas had the largest Buc-ee's at 74,000 square feet. But the new store in Luling, Tennessee is going to be 75,000 square feet. Oh, that's hilarious. Tennessee having a pissing match with Texas for the largest. Oh my god. Well, that's because you were in Tennessee, buddy, and Tennessee has some of the worst labor laws in the country. And so does Texas. It says here. Oh, I see. Texas had the largest. Then Tennessee took it over with 74,000 square feet. And, hey, I did not ask you to do that. And now Texas plans to... Stop it! And now Texas plans to make a comeback with a 75,000 square foot. Okay. So it's literally a pissing match. Oh my god. That's funny. So right here in the middle of nowhere, would you just open in maps and stop going through all these stupid fucking windows? Jesus. Today. That little tiny town. Jesus. Oh, it's far away. It's all the way down there. Yeah, holy crap, that's all. Well, there. I actually don't think I'm going down that far. I'm hoping if I can afford it. Even though it's only going to cost gas, I don't know if I can afford it. I want to drive into Texas next year because there's going to be a solar eclipse next year. And that solar eclipse will require me to go to Texas for a proper view. April 8th. I'm not going to get a hotel. I can't afford it. I'm just going to sleep in the car. I can't afford a hotel. So probably the best bet would be, for me, would be just south of Dallas. That would probably be the shortest trip. Ideally, I want to stay on 40 if I can. So I can't stay on 40. I have to go south. But I wonder if that might actually make... I guess you need to be in this zone. If you're north or south of this, it's worse, I guess? Doesn't look like it. I wish you can go back to the days of Google where you can actually click on a goddamn image and load the fucking image. Oh, I see. If I want to do 40, I'd have to go all the way out to freaking Arkansas. Or Georgia. No, that's not Georgia, but I'd have to go all the way out here. So yeah, I'm going to have to go down to Dallas here. Let's see. So does that mean I go south to Interstate 10? Yeah. I'll probably have to go south to Interstate 10. Or no, Lubbock is here. I think 40 is right above here. So I'll probably have to just take 40 straight out and then go south to Dallas. But probably right around Waco. That's probably, you know, somewhere in here. It's probably going to be the closest to me. So there's Waco. Would you fucking go away? I think I-10's too far south. Yeah. See, I-10 goes all the way down here. While here, I could jump straight onto 40, 75 miles an hour, and just blast out to, That's a long drive. God damn, that's a long drive. Oh, that's a really long drive. I guess Waco's a good target to use for directions. What's it telling me to go? Well, 10 hours is not that bad. So I'd be taking this route here. That route's not that bad either, actually. Yeah, Amarillo's nice too. I like Amarillo. You know, take I-40 and then drop off onto whatever this road is. Looks like a transition through Wichita Falls. Looks like 287 all the way down. The problem is I-10 would be I-10's a long route. This is I-10 down here, see? So this would take me, the only way that would work is I'd have to come all the way down here, I-10, and then take this road here, 20, up through Odessa. But that would be a long route. That would add like 4 hours. So that would add 8 hours to the trip. That would be a lot of miles. The cost in gas, it's a 1,400 mile trip. 1,400. Let's assume I can average 35 miles per gallon. That's 40 gallons times 3.5. So, why is it doing this? 4,000 divided by 35. Oh, I hit divide. Times 3.5. So I'm gonna not bad. 140 bucks in gas. That's not horrible. The trip home would be a bitch. Because when you sleep in the car, you don't get proper sleep. You get some pretty piss poor sleep when you sleep in the car. And that's the other problem is, well, April shouldn't be so bad in Texas. This far south in Texas, it shouldn't be that cold. It'll still be pretty cold up here. It'll just be switching over to spring. But Texas shouldn't be that cold. Yeah, probably coming down through Fort Worth. If I timed it right, where I would need a hotel is somewhere along here. You know, Wichita Falls to Childress. Yeah, but it's the last one we're going to see for a very long time. And I have some nice camera equipment now, so I might be able to capture some really nice pictures. The last time we had a full eclipse, we had one in Pennsylvania, and I walked right outside of my pizza delivery job with my camera and took the pictures. and they came out fantastic. I gotta find them and post them for you guys. They really came out good. You can, and during a full eclipse, you don't even need protection. You can look at it with the naked eye. You can look at it with a pair of binoculars. But Waco would put me smack right where I need to be. So drive down to there, you know, get there a couple hours before the event. You know, sack out in the car. Then drive, you know, halfway back, stop and get a room somewhere along here. You know, grab one of those $50 cheap rooms if I can afford it. And, but yeah, just north of Waco. It's right there. But you really, and you want to be right in the center of this for maximum duration, so that you can try different settings on the camera, different filters. You can try even different lenses, because you'll have enough time of totality to really get a nice shot. Maybe even set up a time lapse and some video. Yeah, but I want to be the one posting it to YouTube. I want you to be watching my video. You know, I want to say I took that, you know. Now, that makes me wonder, is there a Buc-ee's anywhere along this route? I hit that right? Yeah. Yes. So there are a couple Buc-ee's there. So on the way back, I can take this little detour in Fort Worth, hit Buc-ee's, and then go back to Rome and jump back on 287. So this Buc-ee's right here, whatever this is, Alliance. So that would be a convenient Buc-ee's right there. This one's too far south. But yeah, on the way home, I could hit that Buc-ee's right there. Looks like no northern Buc-ee's. It's all southern Texas here. Yeah, there's none of them over here. This is the empty part of Texas. The high altitude part of Texas. See, if I were to move to Texas, I would want to live like, and of course I can't because it's too dead. There's not enough here. But Amarillo. Because Amarillo is about the same elevation as New Mexico here. So, this part of Texas will be nice and cool. Dry. Exactly. Exactly. But this is a high elevation portion of Texas. So it's dry, you know, it's low humidity like here. We stayed at a hotel in Amarillo. It was beautiful. As soon as you get down here, you get to lower elevations. That's why you see all the green. See how all the green goes away? If you look, see that line right there? That's why when I was looking at a map, I decided I wanted to live west of that line. Because west of that line, this is all dry, arid. You know, it's not hot. Down here is probably hot. The only real mistake I made is that I missed the water. I miss the water so much. Oh, man. Boy, do I miss the water. Here at home, we'd, here we go. So I lived in Levittown here. So it was a so I lived right here in Edgeley, and it was a short, hop and a skip to one of the launches right here on the Delaware River. And there's a few times where I've taken a boat all the way down to Philadelphia, down to the shipyards down here with the naval ships. Well, you can get seafood here, but it's just more expensive. But yeah, I think there's a dock right here somewhere. Yeah, Riverview Avenue. I think there's a launch. I think there is. I know it's only 2 miles. It's 2.3 miles from the house. Yeah, these are all private, I think, but I believe there is a public launch. Oh, probably right here. No, these are clubs, but I believe there is a public launch somewhere right here. Oh, Red Lobster's not that bad. It's just expensive. I mean, it's not like, going someplace in Maine. You're never going to get that unless you go there. But, I could have moved. I was actually looking at a place in Florida, even with the hurricanes. But you'd have access to the water. I was looking at North and South Carolina, see if I can get someplace close to the shore, because what's it called? Oh, what's that vacation spot down in South Carolina? Myrtle Beach. We've been to Myrtle Beach, and it's quite beautiful there. And so I was looking for, places along here, probably up in Wilmington area. But just nothing was within my price range. Or it was far enough inland that I didn't want to live there. I don't want to live down here inland because it's very hot. At least if you're near the water, you get some cooling effect from the ocean. The ocean's a pretty big impact there, but and the other problem is that these places charge property tax on vehicles. So that was largely a no-go state for me, just because of that. Because I have 5 vehicles. So that would equal $1,000 a year in property tax for the vehicles. That's why a lot of the families down here, have that old beater vehicle from the 80s and 90s. Because the tax is basically zip. That's the reason. That's why you don't see them driving around, families there. Michelle is doing okay. I have concerns that she's not getting enough physical activity. Like it's 12:40 and she still hasn't gotten up. So she's supposed to get up at 9 o'clock and feed the cats. I refuse to feed the cats. I will starve them to death before I feed them. Because I was hoping that making that her mandatory job would give her the incentive to actually get up and do it. And it worked for a while. But now she just doesn't care. She just sleeps until she either gets up naturally or until I go and wake her up. Then she comes out and feeds the cats. I mean, I know why. Because she is very simplistic in the way she thinks about things. With her mental handicap, she's childlike in this regard. If something hurts, she just doesn't do it. And then it doesn't hurt. And when you're as big as we are, a lot of times moving hurts. The problem is, I can't get her to understand that lack of movement makes it hurt more. That you have to actually move in order for any of this to get better. It's not working well. I mean, she's healthy, but how long is that going to last? You know, with the amount of lethargy that she has, how long is that going to last? She is losing weight. So she's lost over 30 pounds. I'm hoping that means I'm on a similar tack since we both eat the same thing. So I'm hoping that means I'm losing weight too. I can't weigh myself. I'm too heavy. There's no scales to weigh me. But she's definitely lost, like just in this last run, in the last 5 months, she lost 21 pounds. I don't even need her to exercise. Just normal movement would be enough. But she's a pretty serious fall risk. And worse, I can't help her. If she falls, there's a limit to what I can do to get her back up again. Because the only way that's going to work, it could work. 2 scales could work, but they would both have to be pretty nice analog scales. They can't be digital. And 99.9% of scales today are digital. And so in order for me to do that, first of all, it would have to be, a 300-pound scale, because I'm going to have to put about 20 pounds of wood on the scale. I'm going to have to put a couple of pieces 2x4 between the 2 scales and then stand on the wood. That's how they weigh things like airplanes. They put a scale under each wing, under each wheel. And so they use 3 scales. But they have to be analog or designed for this. And your regular home scales are not designed for this. So a home scale detects when you stand on it, takes a certain number of measurements, and then locks in a value. The problem is, if I am making micro movements like this, this one will lock in at that number, then this one will lock in at that number, and it'll say I'm 600 pounds. Or this one will lock in at that number, and this one will lock in at that number, and it'll say I'm 350 pounds, even though I'm nowhere near either of those numbers. So it would have to be an analog scale so that we can look at it and I can adjust my body movements until those needles stop jittering so much, and then look at the 2 needles and see what the 2 numbers are. And I can't afford to just go buy 2 relatively decent analog scales to, blow that much money to try to find out. And they have to be the same scale because they have to be the same height. If one scale is taller than the other, you're going to get a mismatch in measurement. So yeah, pain in the ass. But either way, I don't care. I just need to be going down. And right now, the way we track my progress is by measuring my waist. And that is getting smaller. Oh, I didn't think about, the truck scales are too inaccurate. I mean, they could be off by 50 pounds. Especially at masses. I'm light for a scale like that. But I didn't think about the shipping scale at the post office. I bet you they have one. But does it go that high? I doubt it goes that high. There's just no reason for a post office to have a scale that goes that high. But, one of the shipping places around here might have a scale. I didn't think of that. Huh. I'll have to ask. So right now my plan is to just have her lose weight and hope that she loses weight faster than she gets sick. Because eventually she'll get sick, from not moving around enough. Eventually that's going to happen. I try to force her out of the house every day that I can, but now, and especially right now, that's really hard because gas is expensive. I can't afford to just be burning gas, and the electric car is broken. So I have to be really careful with how much fuel we burn. I can't have her just walk around the property, too much of a trip hazard. You know, too much of a fall risk. We need to go someplace where it's safe. Yeah, my doctor's office maxes out at 460. And I'm above 460. So I'm not that far above. If I grab the handles and pull down a little bit, I get a reading. Well, treadmills are... There's two problems with a treadmill. One, I don't have the space for it. Where am I going to put it? If I had the space for a piece of exercise equipment, I'd already have my exercise bike in here. In fact, I can't do it now. It's too damn cold and too damn nasty. But come spring, I'm actually thinking about... right now, my bathroom is a print farm, basically. It's where I have all my running printers, because that electrical circuit is only running that, basically. The only other power I run is this light and this TV, which is less than 200 watts total. So that's where I run most of my printers if I run multiple machines. But I can't afford to run multiple machines because it's too expensive. So I'm actually thinking about pulling half the printers out of the bathroom, pulling the tables out of the bathroom. I have a Romeo and Juliet bathroom. So basically, when you walk into my bathroom, here's the toilet, here's the door, here's the shower, and then here's a sinking cabinet, here's a garden tub, and then here's another sinking cabinet. Well, first thing I do is get rid of the garden tub, and I have two tables there, and so those tables have 5 printers on it, and then the 2 sets of sinks have printers on it too. Sorry. Headphone users, you're dead now. Sorry. Anybody on headphones just went... They just died. So I'm pretty sure that space where the garden tub was is large enough for me to put my recumbent stationary bike. I actually have a my sneezes are crazy. When I sneeze, it's sudden, so I get no warning, almost no warning. I almost didn't even have time to turn my head to avoid spraying all my stuff here. But it's very sudden, and it's very violent. When I sneeze, it's just like boom. I tried once to muffle the sneeze, and that hurt like fucking hell. I'll never do that again. I'm surprised I didn't pop a blood vessel or something. So yeah, never try to restrict the sneeze. That's bad news. I didn't even try to stop it. I just tried to muffle it a bit, slow it down. And yeah, that was a really bad idea. You know something else I really hate? It's probably part of my postnasal drip. But I hate when you blow your nose and there's some sort of a flap somewhere behind your nose, and that flap closes suddenly while you're blowing your nose. So it's like, and it just stops because that flap closes. That is annoying as hell. It doesn't hurt, but it's annoying as hell. I'm trying to clear my nose, and that freaking flap keeps closing and it stops me from blowing out of my nose. But I'm thinking at this point I'm going to pull the tables out. Oh, well, I'm going to get rid of the freezer. I have a freezer on top of the sink over here. I'm actually thinking about also getting rid of the entire sink and cabinet setup. Because if I get rid of the entire cabinet unit and get a pallet, put it out back, wrap it. So if I ever sell this house and they want their Romeo and Juliet bathroom, there it is. You can have it. It's right there. But get rid of the freezer. Get rid of the entire cabinet unit, the entire sink unit, because I don't need 2 sinks. And then I could put 2 full-size tables there. One against the wall, one against the window wall. And still be able to get into the shower. I think it's not that flap. It's the flap that stops you from breathing. Like cuts off airflow to the nose. I think it's the same flap that closes when you go underwater and your nose closes off. So there's like a little airway flap in there, and then it's almost like it's coming from down here, but in the back. And if you swallow, you notice it cuts off the nose. I think it's that flap that's doing its thing. Because the only time I have the tubes is when I hold my nose and blow. I can feel it pushing. Not blow, but try to push. You can feel it here. It's something different. But I could put 2 full-size tables on the right-hand side, one against the window wall, one against the back wall. I could probably put a 6-footer in front of the window wall and an 8-footer in front of the back wall. And then I should be able to bring and maybe even put a couple of shelving units, a big, like a muscle rack shelving unit in there. And then I can have storage and printers up high. But that will give me enough space to put the exercise bike right there inside the bathroom there. I'll set up a TV in there so she can watch whatever she wants on YouTube or whatever, and it'll probably help me too. I can always just use a tablet. But that would still allow me to have 5 or 6 printers in there. And then have that space for the recumbent. Because I have a full recumbent stationary bike. It's actually got a seat and a backrest, which people like us need. A freestanding bike will not work for us. Not only will they not hold our weight, but our bodies can't handle it. Our backs can't handle it. We need a backrest for the so that we can stop tensing up these muscles. Thank you, Ty Guy. But I got to do that. But that's going to be a spring project. That's not a winter project. Because that's going to be a bear getting all that out of here. And go from there. But yeah, for now I want to get the pallet crates as part of this wall I'm setting up, so that I could take all the stuff that I have out back here and put it in the pallet crates, and that'll get me my patio back. I might be able to set up a treadmill for spring and fall in where the shed is supposed to be, but outside of spring and fall, it's going to be either too cold or too hot. At least until I can find somebody who can barter with me to finish building the shed that the guy screwed me on. I don't even know if all the wood's any good anymore. Hundreds of dollars in wood. Oh, man. Why do people have to be assholes? All they had to do was finish the goddamn shed. A couple more days. Just a couple more days and they would have been finished. Or at least finished enough that I could have, taken care of the rest or hodgepodged it or something. But what are you going to do? Can't do anything about it. Where is my PEI plate for the CR6SE? I just realized I still haven't gotten that. It's probably waiting for me at the post office. Is the hover just not going to work? There you go. Took your good old time. Hey, Asger. On the way. Oh, it's not here yet. It's still running late. That's annoying. Boy, that's really annoying. I want to start printing more of the lightweight shed parts. Oh, it's at the post office. Okay. It's awaiting pickup. It's been there. Oh, it's been there since December 17th. It's been there for 3 days. And it was available for pickup the 18th. So it's been there for 2 days. Okay. So I'll try to go get it today if the post office is not too busy. I'm not going to stand in line for 4 hours. If it looks like that kind of wait, I'm just going to leave. You know, it might actually be faster for me to go through Dallas to the other side of Dallas. Because going to Waco is like an extra 40 minutes. If I just go to the other side of Dallas, off 20 right there, that's also a center line. You know, here. You know, whatever that is right there. Just come straight through Dallas and just stop here. And then back through again. Where do you live, Ben? I gotta get those uploaded to you guys. That design is, the side panels are pretty finalized for now, so I gotta get that uploaded so you guys can play with it. I'm just afraid of uploading an incomplete structure and then you guys waste time printing parts that have to be changed. I would hate that. That would upset me. I was also, I'm still having some adhesion problems on the print surface where it just doesn't want to stay put. So every one of these is warped. The bottom, the four corners here they curl up. And I think it's mechanical leverage. I think as these layers cool, that they are literally just pulling up. These are the blocks that I'm making for the wall. So these are all the blocks. I finally got them printing correctly. Even PLA warps, and I think it's just mechanical leverage. I put mouse ears on it. I increased the number of perimeters, and all of that helps. But it still peels. No matter what I do, it still peels. I'm hesitant to putz with an enclosure. I don't like aftermarket enclosures. A printer that has that has an enclosure like a like the Guider 2 that I have. The whole printer is enclosed. That's fine, but like adding an enclosure on top of a printer freaks me out because I'm worried about fire. I want to make sure if something starts to burn that I smell it. And if I have that printer covered, I might not smell it until it's too late. I mean, the printer's not near a wall or anything. I always try to keep printers away from walls so that they can't, light the wall on fire. I always try to have like a 1 foot gap. But maybe I'm just being over paranoid, but I'm just hyper paranoid about fire. I could put a fire blanket on top of the cover. So if the cover fails, the fire blanket will smother the fire, in theory. But an enclosure might help keep the heat in, because I think it's a temperature delta problem. Like the only part that hasn't warped is this pink one, or even the pink one warped. I can see it. Even the half block warped a little bit. I don't know what else to do to improve bed adhesion. I'm trying to avoid using additives like Magic Goo, stuff like that. Just because that's process and it's money that I have to spend to do that. I know what the solution is, I just can't do it. The solution is I need 400 by 400 millimeter printers. I notice when I print the parts on the Chiron, they either don't warp or don't warp nearly as much. And I think that's because there's a lot of heat bed past the end of the print. There's about that much heat bed past the end of the print. While with the 334 printer, you've got that much heat bed to the end of the print. Because this is as big as the print bed is. And you can't rotate it to diagonal because this dimension is bigger than 300, I believe. I didn't actually check that. Let me check that. File. Recent projects. Build block tall. Nope, wrong one. Recent projects. Build block V3. Let's rotate it 45 degrees. Yeah, that makes it 307 by 307. So the only way I could do that is to the only way I can rotate it 45 degrees is if I chop the corners more. I would have to chop a full 7 millimeters off the corners. Which is not a problem, except now your four corners, the parts that are lifting, are still directly against the edge of the print bed. So I don't think that's going to help with the peeling, the lifting. That's annoying. The other thing I could do is get a bed sticker and go back to how do you say your name? I added mouse ears, I added a brim, I added multiple layers with a modification tool. Doesn't help. The problem is, first of all, what I'm printing. I'm printing 2 perimeters, and I'm printing tall. That means lots and lots of warp force. As you add more and more layers, you're adding more and more leverage for the warping to occur. It just rips it right off the bed. The parts are usable now. You know, the warping is low enough that it doesn't affect the pins. So the warping is out on this area, but it looks like crap. I would like it to look nice. I'd like, you know, if I'm gonna put this much work into it, I want it to look nice too. And the problem is I only have one printer that's capable of 400 by 400. I mean, technically I have 3 printers that are 444 or larger, but the other 2 have 333 heat beds. They have 3 by 3 heat beds. Only the Chiron is a 444 with a 44 heat bed. And I think the heat is the problem. I think what's happening is both the bed and the print are cooling on the outside edges more than they're cooling in the center. I think it's why raising the temperature to 90 centigrade helped a little bit. But it can't overcome that delta as this print climbs and these layers want to pull harder and harder and harder. The reason I can get away with things like my rocket bodies is because it's a circle. And so the pull force is equal all the way around. Also, it's in the middle of the heat bed. I'm betting if I printed one of those tubes at the corner, it'd probably have a similar problem. I mean, the other thing I could try to do, I can't do it right now because I just don't have the money. I can't afford it. I just can't afford it. But I need to go with a flexible magnetic surface with a build tack style surface. So I'll have lots and lots of grip, but also still be able to flex the plate to get the part off. Because even though this is no bottom layers, it's just 2 perimeters and infill, it's a 0.8 millimeter extrusion. That's a lot of plastic. That's going to pull hard. Very annoying. Take advantage of for understanding the English. It's not always. I'm sorry. Oh. It's not always very good, but take advantage of the closed captioning as much as you can. If you're able to read English, I know speaking English is not the same thing as reading English. You know, some people can speak it but not read it. If you do have the skill set to read English, turn on closed captioning. It really helps. Also, if you do have trouble reading English, again, closed captioning helps because you can hear the words with the text. But yeah, closed captioning helps a lot with that. I'm not worried about the enclosure itself catching on fire. I'm worried about something else catching on fire and me not knowing about it because the smell is hidden inside the enclosure for long enough for the fire to become a danger before I can do something about it. Maybe I'm just being hyper paranoid for no reason. I don't know. But then the next thing I want to try is I have an enclosure out there. I don't know if it's tall enough for that printer. It's made for a smaller printer. It might not fit. It might fit this way, but not tight. But I'm going to try to see if that enclosure will fit around that printer and see what happens. I just don't want it to get too hot because I'm not printing ABS or ASA here. I'm printing PETG and PLA, so I can't let it get too hot. But yeah, that's the right now. I'm printing parts as the plastic allows me to, but I'm limited by you know, how much plastic I have, and you know, 1 print a day basically. You see, here's the all interlock. You see, you have these pegs. You print these. I'm making them a little bit tighter. That's a little too loose for my taste, but these pegs insert into the parts, and then see, even that warped a little bit. See? And that was a center print, and it's still warped. Now, one thing that does suck, these half pieces are actually heavier than these pieces. Each of these is 576 grams. So 2 of them is going to be almost 1,200 grams versus one of these is 980 grams. And that's because you have an extra wall. And I don't think there's anything I can do about that. I've tried lightening it, but I need that infill to align with the center like that. And I think, now one thing I might be able to do, because these are not a whole lot of structural load, but if I reduce the infill so it doesn't have these cross members here, so it only has the 4 that go to the center, I could do that, but I don't know how much that's going to compromise the integrity of the model. Because this is a nice beefy part. I do like how strong it is. You can see I've gone to, a nice thick number of perimeters just for that first layer. It wasn't enough to help. Well, that kind of stuff's not cheap around here. Any kind of storage, especially metal storage, sells for a lot of money around here because it's desired. You see, any kind of storage made of metal can be used outdoors here. Because we are so dry, we are so desert-like, things don't rust. Not the same way they rust, in wet climates. So any kind of metal storage sells for a lot of money. And because we're not, now there is universities and labs in the area, so some of that might be available, but it gets snapped up so quick for such a high price. I'll keep an eye out for it though. I could get lucky. But yeah, so far no problems, no more layer delamination. The parts are the right thickness. They're what they're supposed to be. So I was just printing too fast. This, for example, is the half block. So when you end up with a wall like this, so like here's your first wall, and then your second wall goes like this, in order to, see how that warping creates that nice little gap there? So you have your stagger like this, and then your next piece that goes up here. You do this. You do your stagger, you need something to fill this space. So you either have a piece that goes this way, or if you've reached the end of the line, and there's just no more need for more pieces there, well, that's where your half piece comes in. That's where you print some of these half pieces to fill in this gap here. And that will fill in that corner there. So you can have your complete piece there. And the idea, as these parts all start to lock together, they'll make each other stronger. At least that's the idea. How it works in execution, I guess we'll find out. I'm probably just going to start setting these up against the wall on the back of my bed until I have enough to fill that entire wall. That would actually be pretty good. Each week you get to watch that wall grow. This is a cheap roll of red clear. Came out really nice. This warping is annoying, where the wall is just not quite flat. It doesn't affect it structurally. It's because I don't have enough infill. To get rid of that, I would need to have a little bit more infill, I think. But it doesn't structurally impact the part, so I'm leaving it alone, because I managed to get this under a kilogram, just under a kilogram. So this needs 316 meters of plastic in order to print one of these, which is and a kilogram of PETG is 327 meters. So that's real close. That's real close to the limit there. Why did you turn off? There we go. No, the whole point of this project is entirely 3D printed. No rebar, no concrete, no cement, no epoxy, no fasteners, no adhesives, except maybe for the roof. But for the walls and whatnot, the whole point is for it to be 100% 3D printed, and that the structural integrity comes from the Lego-like assembly. So that's what these are for. So these will allow you to join the pieces together so they interlock together. That's where the strength is going to come from in this. So for example, so here's one with 2 pegs, here's one with 2 pegs, and there you go. Now those pieces are together. And this allows it to be disassembled. so I can take these apart later if I have to repair a piece or modify it or change the design or something like that. I will technically be able to disassemble this and assemble it in a different place or a different design. And it doesn't matter what filament I use. That's cheap, you know. That right there is cheap. You know, $12, $15 a kilogram plastic. And this is really expensive, $35 a kilogram atomic filament, and it's still warped. Actually, this silver stuff warped really bad. You can see it right there. That's a nasty warp. So the whole idea is no non-printed reinforcements. Like even when I put a door on it, the hinges will attach to this into a slot with a 3D printed nut. Everything will be 3D printed. The whole point is for everything to be 3D printed. That's the goal of the project, is to make everything 3D printed. So you don't have to buy anything else. You don't have to have any kind of skill set for anything else. You'll put it together like Legos. The only exception to that is going to be the roof. Making a roof is not hard. Making a watertight roof is hard. If you want to 3D print it in multiple pieces, it's really hard. Like I could get, so let's say for example, here's a wall. And with the wall, it's not too hard to make this watertight. It doesn't have to be. So the top is like this. So when you have this other piece on top of here, the water coming down is just going to flow around and stay on the outside. The water's not going to come inside. However, if I do this, I have an angled roof made of these tiles. Well, the water's going to go through this opening here, the crack in between the parts. No matter how tight you make that, water's going through there. Now, water can't get around this. Now, this is the part that is inside of here. But when the water dribbles down this and gets to here, it's a clear gravity path straight through. And you can't stop that. I could stop this water transgression, but I can't stop the water ingress at these points here. You know, all these points where three parts come together, there's nothing I could do to stop water ingress. Except to double layer it. The only way you're going to be able to stop that is to double layer it. So every time it finds an ingress point, it's on another piece. Yes and no. So, that is an idea that I was actually planning on testing. However, it has its own problems. Cosmetics are important. You know, even though it's cosmetic, it's important. It means something. For a straight wall, no big deal. If I were to put, because it couldn't just be, you see these are already beveled. I already have a bevel on here, and that's to help prevent corner peeling. It's not enough. And it would probably have to be more than 20 millimeters. It'd probably have to be a 40 millimeter arc, which means it'd be more like this. That's a pretty big arc, and that might be enough to get the part to stay put. Here's the problem though. It's going to look like shit. When I build a wall straight like this, you know, where it's just straight wall, no big deal. The wall just goes in and back out, then in and back out. But as soon as you start adding corners, well now when I put, where's that other piece? I had a second one of these. It's over there. But now when you put, so here's the thing. You take this and you put it on this. See how it lines up nice? See, I have that nice clean line. Well, now imagine if it looked like this. That would look kind of shitty, wouldn't it? Well, if I have a nice big... Well, you know something. As long as the curve is a perfect circle, and as long as it's properly centered on the corner, both these parts will have a curve. And so the overlap will be taken. You know something? That might work. I thought I was going to have a problem with the curve showing up, showing the infill of the next block, but that block's going to have a curve too. Duh. They're all going to have the curve. I just realized that when I realized they all have the bevel. And the bevels line up. Asger, you may have just saved me a headache. Because I was going to skip that idea just because of that. And now I'm realizing I'm dumb and it's not a problem. Let's get Tinkercad up here. Why didn't I realize that? That's dumb of me. Oh, man. There are a few things that are going to be harder to do. Like, beveling is going to be more difficult. But there's ways around that too. Let's go to a new design. This work plane is starting to get pretty full. Well, the other problem is I was thinking about a 150 millimeter arc. So let me show you what I was thinking about. I was thinking this. But I now realize I don't have to do that. And it was dumb of me to think you do. 148 by 148. Max out the sides. $296. $296. Okay. Control D. It needs to be 296 minus 148. 296 minus 148 is 148. So Control D, move this 148. Okay, now I need a 148 block. Uh-oh, DeWitt. You don't want to be sick. I hate that it doesn't show me my grab bars unless I zoom in. Why the hell does it do that? That is so annoying. $296. So this should be yes. So my first thought was to make the blocks like this. And that will that will probably stay stuck to the bed. Oh, I'm sorry. Doofus. Me, not you. So my first thought was make the blocks like this. And, you know, my concern was when you rotated it 90 degrees, you would see this. But I'm stupid because that's just not an issue. Because this block will also have the curve. Duh. But also it basically makes it so that the thickness of the wall at the intersections is 0. Which is not good. You don't want that. So Control D and do this. 296. The two walls will come together like this, which is less than ideal. But I just realized I don't have to do that. I could make it half the size or smaller. It doesn't have to be a full curve. Because my thought pattern was if I did this and then rotated it 45 degrees, now I have a part that's only 252. And now that part is much further away from the edges of the print bed. So not only is it curved, but it's also now got a buffer. I don't know if I can even show you that. Stop. I hate that it uses this red color. It's the worst possible color in the world. because everything blanks out. You can't see anything because it's this ugly red. Oh, for Christ's sake, come on. So that would give me this, if I did it right. Let's see. So that would give me this. So I would have all this extra area between the, so think of this red. In fact, I'm going to do it like it's supposed to be. It's going to be, so that's the print bed. So think of that as the print bed of the printer. So now this, all this edge is a nice solid, 30 or so millimeters away from the edge. Did they? Oh yeah, it's got the solid chunks instead of the hollow ones. Yeah. What I hate is that if you zoom out enough, you lose the grab handles. See, this is a big part, so I have the grab handles, but if I bring this in, there's no grab handles. See, I can't change this. I can't do a goddamn thing with this. I have to zoom all the way in, and then it shows me the grab handles. It's like, why? Why do you make me zoom in that far to get the grab handles? It's like, that's new. That's something they've done that's new. So this design would allow me to not only make the ends a complete curve, everything's a curve now, but it gives me this buffer space to the edge of the print bed, which is also going to help with adhesion, because now you're going to have this heat around it instead of being all the way to that cold edge. But as you saw before, you have a zero gap between the two parts. But I can do something in the middle. It doesn't have to be, let's leave that because that's going to be a good analog for the print bed. First of all, knock it off with the fucking red. God damn it with the fucking red. It's the worst possible color they can use, and it's the default color. Because it bleeds out. You can't see any details when it's red. That red they chose you, there's no details. At least use, this red. At least that red has, you can see details, you can see shape. It's not just bleeding out into nothingness. So, how do I do this? Probably the easiest thing to do is just to shrink it. So I need to keep it 296. So let's split it. So it's 74 would be half that. I bet you I can go down to 60. And then Control D, line it up with this edge. There we go. Take both of these, join them, make this a different color. Control D, align with this edge. Okay, that retains my exactly 296 long. Now how big does this need to be? So these need to be joined together. So these are 60, which means 30, which means subtract 60 total. That would be 236. Yes, 236. And now I should be able to center. There. But I also need an extra block for these centers here. Okay, so Control D. Let's align with the end here. Now, this is 148 minus 60. That's not an edge so round, that's literally a circle. I just created a cylinder. That's all. All I did was create a cylinder, increase the sides to 64, and there you go. I'm combining multiple parts together to make the part, because rounding the part would be much more difficult. So this block now needs to be Actually, it needs to be 296 long, but it needs to be 60 millimeters narrower. But there's an easy way to do that. So, what's 148 minus 30? That would be 118. That's that side. And then what's 118 minus 30? So, 108 would be 10. 188, I think. Yes, there we go. So now I have my new design. Like that. Nope, don't grab the other one, you dumbass. There. Now the question is that enough? You see, right now, if I print this, I have the rounded edges, but I still have the same problem of it comes right to the edge of the print. But now, can I rotate this 45? Is that enough? Sort of. It's still not good. I have a little bit of extra space, but not a lot. No problem, Atlantic Adventures. The problem is, the more I round this corner, the shorter this wall becomes. Is that a problem? I don't know if that's a problem or not. What's my delta here? 289. So I've only gained 5 millimeters on each corner. Yes, I showed him both. You know, he wondered how I made this block cornered. Oh, there's another way you can corner a block too. Let's see. So another way you can corner a block is with this radius. See? That's a way of making a simple rounded cube. Stupid color, of course. So that's another way of making a rounded cube. And you can also do that. I wonder how accurate that radius is. This radius is 30. Let's do it right. I want to see if the radius command gives me the same result. Jesus, come on. So length is going to be 296. That is not what I wanted you to do, because you're a dirtbag. 296 by 148 by 296. Now, if I pick a radius of 30, that sure as hell is not what I wanted. Why did it do that? Why is it doing that? Why is it radiusing it that way? I don't understand why it's doing that. Come on. Okay, there we go. The problem is, if I pick a radius of 30, I do not get the result I expected. It's a maximum of 20. It creates a circle. So how do I get this radius? What is this radius? This is a 60 millimeter cylinder, which would make a radius of 30. Or do I have to divide by 4 because there's 4 corners? That would be 7.5. Nope. Oh, wait a minute. This is the wrong shape. 148. 296. And now I'm not getting the same on both sides. It's averaging it. So you can't do it that way. Okay. So we can't do it that way. Let's see, what else can I do? I need to make these bigger. So let's go 75. Okay. So this needs to be 148 minus 75. Just bring up a calculator. 148 minus 75 is 73. So this needs to be 73. And this needs to be 296 minus 75. 221. 221. No. Wrong one. That one. 221. Okay. So now, oh, these have to be locked in. Okay, so now I should be able to select all these and center. Okay. Join. Why didn't it join? No, because the 45 degree is still a corner. Round is still better. Why isn't this joining together? There it goes. Okay, now, how much freedom does that give me? That gets me down to 282. That gets me 9 millimeters to each corner. That is better. 9 millimeters might be worth it. So I've increased this from 4.5 to 9 millimeters. That combined with the rounded corner might be enough. Though it looks like I can still get away with more on that. So what happens if I go to... What happens if I go to 90? Why won't you jump? Why are you jumping twice? Let's see what 90 looks like. Why are you ignoring my fucking commands? Jesus, stop jumping to other crap. Do what I say. Before I bite you. I will drive to wherever your server is and I will bite your RAM. Okay, so this now needs to be 90 less than 148. Which I believe is going to be 58. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yes, 58. So that has to be 58. This has to be 90 less, so it's going to be 206. 206. Okay. Align. Center. Center. Get rid of you. Can't you just pay attention and obey? Just do what you're told for once. Okay. That still looks pretty okay to me. And now I have 276. So I have almost 12 millimeters on each corner. And that shape looks okay to me. I'm okay with that shape. I mean, so far, I don't see a problem with that shape. So now I need to bring over the improvements. That's going to be the interesting part. How do I do this? I don't think you can bevel a cylinder with accuracy. I don't think I can choose a particular degree. Like, I don't think I can tell it, make the bevel 45 degrees. As far as I know, there's no way to do that in this program. But then again, I might not need the bevel. Because the bevel stops elephant's foot, but the bevel probably hurts stiction, since it's going to make it easier for it to peel. So maybe I just go without the bevel. Although the bevel would get me even more millimeters away from the edge. I mean, that'd be another 5 millimeters away from each edge, which would give me a 17 millimeter gap to the corners, to the edges. But how do I do it? How do I manage that in Tinkercad? Putting my holes in the middle, that's easy. That's not a problem. Okay. Let's hide you. Hide you. Hide you. I don't need you. What I need is you. I need this. But I need the other parts to help align it. So take this, Control D, take this and this, align it on this piece here, then we take this and we grab one of these, we bring it out here. There. Now I have my parts and they're aligned. There we go. That takes care of my first layer. And that takes care of unifying the first layer into one perimeter. So now the question is, do I need the bevel? I don't know. Does the bevel stops elephant's foot, but elephant's foot is less of a problem when you're printing this big. When each layer is 0.5 millimeters thick, you just don't have as much of an elephant's foot problem. It's just not really an issue. The other good news is this will make the part lighter. It'll take less plastic. And these parts should line up perfectly. So if I take this, and if I duplicate it, I rotate it 90 degrees, and I align the corners, yes, they cover up each other perfectly. Well, no, there is still... Is there? Does this create a problem? Or am I just inventing problems that don't exist? So the way this would work is this would come out 148. That would be like that. And then Control D, 148, and up 296. So yeah, it does create a small gapping issue. This is what I was afraid of, using the curved parts to show you what I mean. Control D, 296. Don't worry about the shading. That's because the Control D, 148, and then up 296. So here would be your built corner, for example. Control D, negative 296, and then Control D, go back this way, 148, up 296. So this would be a wall, and this is how your corners would overlap. And then when you built the next segment, Control D, it's going to be roughly 594. Yeah. So this would be your wall. So you can see you're going to have this pattern where you have this piece here, this piece here, this piece here, and then the corner piece takes up the pattern this way. The problem is you're going to have this. So you're going to have this little exposed chunk on all of these corners, and that exposed chunk doesn't exist on these parts here. If I do the same thing with this part here, you don't have that. Technically, you do, because I have a slight bevel here, but because the bevel exists here as well, you don't see that. It's covered up by the bevel. This inward bevel covers up what would have been a tiny exposed portion here. And the reason that's an issue is that water will get in here. So water will go in through this opening. Now, is that a problem? Is that an issue we need to worry about? I could always have both of these parts uploaded because both these parts are identical. They will pin together. They're both 296, 296, 148, and the pins are in the same spot. So you can interchange these parts. So for people who are really struggling with adhesion, they can live with these little gaps and print the rounded parts. And for the people who love that nice crisp square wall, and for people who love that nice crisp square wall who don't have bed adhesion problems, they can print the square ones. So I guess I could do both. I guess the only thing to do is to print one and see what happens. Yeah, I guess that's what I gotta do. Just print one. Actually, let me get some screenshots of that because I'm going to delete this and I don't want to have to reset this up again. And it's not going to be happy with me. Leaving these going outside of the build area. It doesn't like that. And now I can just delete them. Okay, so now we pre-rotate it. Now, what I want to know is, does the bevel help or hurt? If the bevel helps, I want to add it, because that's going to push the edges further away. I'm trying to only use printed parts. I want to avoid any kind of adhesives, fasteners, cements, rebar. Now, the question is that gap a problem? Does it matter? If you have a concrete foundation, yes, it matters. Because now that, okay, so here's why it matters. So for example, let's pretend this is, if I'm just putting this on the ground, if you're just putting this on dirt, the gap doesn't matter. Because even though it's cosmetically ugly, it's irrelevant from a functional point of view because they're hollow. Well, I actually suspect a bevel might hurt. Here's why. So, how do I describe this? Okay. Let's say you have a piece of tape. Okay? You got a piece of tape, and you take that piece of tape and you adhere it to this surface. Okay? Take the tape off. I want you to take a tool like I want you to take a tool like a piece of wood, okay, like this, and I want you to glue that piece of wood to the piece of tape just like that. Okay, so I want you to hot glue this paper right to that piece of tape just like that, and I want you to pull. You probably can't remove the tape because you're trying to lift the entire piece of tape all at once. Okay? So it's not just this corner that you have to get up. You have to lift the whole thing. This is why magnetic flex beds use spring steel plates. And this is why the Creality soft magnetic bed sucks donkey dick. Okay? Because the magnet is not strong enough to prevent the plastic from warping off the bed. The magnet is nowhere near strong enough. The reason it doesn't lift off is because how do you get the magnet off the printer? Do you, as a matter of fact, I'm sorry, try this. Any of you guys who have a magnetic flex plate, print something reasonably large. It doesn't have to be this big, but something that covers 50% of the print bed. Okay, something strong. Now, before it cools down and releases, okay, I want you to grab that part and pick it up. Don't bend it. Don't twist it. Don't pry it. I want you to grab the part and I want you to lift. You'll probably pick up the whole goddamn printer. Okay? So how do you get the part off? You grab the corner and you lift. Because now you're not lifting the entire steel plate all at once, meaning you have to defeat the whole square footage of the magnet. Instead, you peel the magnet off the bed. You grab a corner and you lift So now you're not trying to defeat the entire magnet, you're defeating just a small portion of the magnet until you defeat enough that the whole thing pops off. I suspect the same thing applies to this. I suspect that the bevel, here it is, I suspect that this bevel makes it easier for these lines here to pull the plastic off the bed. Because that bevel is providing that initial, it's providing that initial lip for you to grab to peel the part off the bed. Except that lift is coming from the walls. And when those walls try to warp, I think that bevel is actually making that easier. So while the bevel looks good, and while the bevel eliminates dimensionality problems, so elephant's foot ceases to become a problem, I think in this context, I think with a part this big, with that much mechanical leverage, because you got a 296 millimeter long string of plastic that's 1.6 millimeters thick trying to do this. And I think a straight edge would be harder to lift than a beveled edge, where it just helps it lift. I suspect, I'm not sure, but I suspect the bevel makes it worse. The problem is, it's a binary problem. There's no middle ground. Either you stop the lift or you don't. Hey, Colin. There's no middle ground here. If it lifts at all, it's going to lift all the way. So, unless the bevel helps with elephant's foot, but I think it makes lifting worse. At least at this scale. When you're printing something small like this, you're printing something little, the bevel is probably such a small negative effect that the advantages of the bevel far exceed the disadvantages. I suspect, though, with a part this big, the bevel is a bigger negative than a positive. But again, it's binary. It's on or off. There is no middle ground. It's a quanta jump. There's no gray. There's nothing in between. It's either here or it's here. It either stays down or it lifts. And if it lifts, it's going to warp. Because once it lifts, then it doesn't matter whether it has a bevel or not. Once it successfully lifts a corner, bevel, amount of bevel, stiction, brim, mouse ears, none of that matters anymore once it lifts. Because once it lifts, there's nothing stopping it from warping. So, testing whether I'm right or wrong is going to be hard. Because if it works, why did it work? Did it work because of the extra 12 millimeters to the edge? Did it work because of the rotation of 45 degrees, which pushes it further away from the edge? Did it work because I rounded the corners? Why did it work? What's making it work? We don't know. That's the problem. We don't know. That's also why a brim is on the outside and not the inside. And the problem with what I was doing to increase the perimeters is that's basically an inside brim. And so if the outer edge peels, then that brim did absolutely nothing. However, if this is your part and this is your, put it this way, if this is your part and your part wants to lift, the brim on the inside, let's say this is the inside brim, is not going to help. It either holds it or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, it does nothing at all. However, the brim on the outside, because now this is the part, this is the brim, this is the part, okay? So this is the part. Let me put something in my hand so you can tell the difference. So this is the part, and this is the brim, okay? So when the part tries to lift, it can't until the brim lifts. So the brim is resisting the lift. And and now it might not stop it. The two parts might still do that. It might still lift. But that's why a brim works. And that's why an inside brim does not work. Now, there's the other question. Well, no, first of all, we're not going to have that much of a bevel. The difference in the bevel is nowhere near that big. So, for example, this part here. Seriously? It always puts things in my way. No matter what I do, it puts it in my way. So the difference between here and here is 5 millimeters. So it decreases the size of the part by 10 millimeters. Remember, 5 millimeters on each side. Oh, I'm sorry. So you see here, the bevel gives me an extra 5 millimeters. The point from here to here is 5 millimeters. So when I rotate this, right now this is 296, which is all the way to the edge of the bed. If I rotate it 45 degrees and now look at the XY, it's 277. So that's 23 millimeters or 11 and a half, almost 12 millimeters extra space between the corner of the part and the edge of the bed. A 5 millimeter bevel would increase that by 5 millimeters. So I'd have 17 millimeters to the edge of the bed. Yeah. So the question is the 5 millimeters closer to the heat source more beneficial than the negative effect of the bevel, helping the part lift? Now, no, I don't think that'll work. I was about to say I could do a 2-stage bevel. I could have the base of the part not have a bevel, have it lift up, then bevel out to the 296. That would give me vertical walls on the bottom, but the bevel would still be there, and the leverage that bevel adds would still be there. Because, like, for example, when I print this part, it doesn't lift off the bed until it gets to about here. Like, this is the weird part. It doesn't lift right away. Remember, I'm printing on glass, and glass sticks to PETG like gangbusters, okay? So it doesn't actually lift. It doesn't start to lift off the bed until the print gets to about here. So it prints that much of the part before it lifts. Which is why I don't think it's a bed adhesion problem. I don't think I'm having a problem adhering to the bed. I think, okay, when the part is being printed, you can see it. You can see the lines, okay? See the lines? They go this way, okay? So each layer is a line. And each of those lines wants to do this, okay? The outer edges are cooler, and the outer edges want to do this. You know, look at a classic warped part. It does this, okay? Well, this layer, now let's look at half of it, okay? So you have that layer, this is one layer, it wants to do this. Well, when you put another layer on top of it, this layer also wants to do this. And so as you add more layers, you increase the force, the leverage of those layers trying to do this, trying to lift up the corner. So you actually, in fact, this is why a brim works. For optimal layout, for optimal strength, you want a reverse bevel. You want to start larger and come in smaller, and then go up. So you want You want this. Instead of beveling out, you want to bevel in and then go up. That would be your strongest, but we can't do that because we need the parts to all, fit together. And they're not going to fit together if they all have this big, cone on the bottom of their parts. That's why a brim works. That's why a brim works at all, because the brim actively fights against that lift. Okay, now the good thing, God damn it, why has it got to be so hard? Okay, so when I have a bevel like this, okay, a brim is harder than you think, okay? The problem with a brim is removal. When you're printing a 0.2 millimeter thick layer with a brim on it, it's irrelevant. You grab the brim and you tear it off, all right? When you're printing a 0.8 millimeter wide extrusion that's 0.5 millimeters thick, that brim is not so easy to remove, and it could straight up damage. The part in removing the brim, and I don't want to have to use tools if I don't have to. So the advantage of this bevel like this is I can add a brim, and I don't have to remove the brim. I can leave the brim on the model. It doesn't matter, because it's inside of the footprint of the model. As long as the brim does not... See, the brim doesn't start here. The brim starts here. So as long as that brim does not extend more than 5 millimeters out, then the brim will never penetrate the outer perimeter of the model, and I don't have to remove it. I can leave the brim on the model and just build the wall. And the brim just becomes part of the wall. It becomes irrelevant. However, if I add a brim to a straight-walled part, well, now you can't ignore the brim, because now you're going to have this sharp edge of plastic sticking out of every single block you put up on the wall. So now you need to remove the brim. And if I add a bevel so I don't have to remove the brim, I'm defeating the brim by adding the bevel, because adding the bevel increases the leverage that the warp force has. A straight wall will actually, a bevel out would be the best, but ignoring that, a straight wall is the strongest wall, because it's going to have the least amount of... It's not going to give up any leverage to the warp force. So I think what I need to do now is print this. Just print this one and see what happens. Let's see, BBV4. BBV4 CURV. BBV4 curved. Build block version 4 curved. Yeah, I think I'm going to try this first. And then the next thing to try will be to add a brim to this. Ooh, I like PP Christmas gifts. About 15 hours to print one block. No, I'm sorry, 20 hours. 20 hours to print one block. 15 was when I was going too fast and it was destroying itself. Takes 20 hours and 33 minutes. Oh, nice. Let's see, where is that? Here it is. Oh, no, that's my refund. Good. I got that back. Colin sent me $47.75. You rock, Colin. $50. Thank you very, very much. I really need that. I'm a bit behind on my bills this month because I had to pay my property taxes. Transfer. Thank you very, very much, Colin. I really, really appreciate that. So it takes 20 hours and 33 minutes to print the block. By the way, with a simplistic shape like this, the Prusa Slicer time calculation is spot on. So here we are, build block V3. I do not think I need the enhancements on the bottom any longer. So we're going to delete those. We're going to delete that. And now let's bring up the block I just downloaded. Thank you very much for that, Colin. I really appreciate that. Let's bring up the new block. Okay. Now, I do have another problem. I don't know if you guys can know this or not. Prusa Slicer keeps shifting my origin on the print bed. Here we go. Prusa Slicer keeps shifting the origin. I notice when Prusa Slicer prints, it lifts the print head 50 millimeters, does its heating, and then it moves the nozzle right and in. And then comes down and draws the purge line. The problem is, I think it's moving the nozzle. It's like 3 or 4 millimeters. It's moving the nozzle 3 or 4 millimeters right and up. So X and Y positive, about 3 or 4 millimeters. The problem is, I think it's resetting the origin when it does that. So now instead of printing the part centered, it's printing the part, 4 millimeters off center, which is just enough to push the edge of this block off the back of the print bed. And so every time I start a print, when it's doing its prime line, I gotta put my finger on the print bed and I gotta make the stepper motor skip a little bit. I gotta go, and I gotta make it skip a little bit to get it back to the center where it's supposed to be. Let's see first of all, let's see how this slices. Oh shit, it's gonna mess up my infill. Oh man, I gotta rotate the infill. Yeah, see, that's not gonna work. No, that's not gonna work at all. How do you rotate infill? Can I change the angle of the infill? Oh no, I can't change the pattern, the infill pattern? I need to rotate the infill pattern. Oh, fill angle, 45. So if I change the fill angle to 0, that should get me back to... Yeah, there it is. And we are 70 grams lighter. Which means I'll have 100 grams left over for printing pegs. So I have to reslice the pegs. I have to figure out how many pegs I can print with 100 grams. And that's how many pegs I can print after printing one block. Okay, so that works. Okay, what can I do? I think my best bet is to just try printing it like this and see what happens. No brim, no excess, no craziness. Where is it starting? Okay, it's starting there. Where's the start point? Like, why isn't this G-code showing the purge line? It's like its own preview is ignoring the purge. No, there it is. There's the purge right there. It's just so small I didn't see it. You see how the purge moves in? Like 4 millimeters? I think that's actually changing the origin, which is no bueno. That's bad when you're printing a part this big. Okay, so for me, it's very important to make sure the start point is inside here like this. And this is good. It's printing all the angles like that, and then it's printing the final curvy part last. Good. So that filament will be nice and well extruded by the time it gets to the outer perimeter here. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to print all this inside stuff first, and then print this outside part last. Okay. What are my settings here? I am 2 walls. No, that's fill. At the speed that I'm printing, that doesn't matter. I'm printing so slowly. You are right. That means, okay, so what he's talking about, what Asger is talking about, is actually a legitimate issue. So, when I print this part, it's only using 1 stepper motor at a time. When it's printing this line, it's only moving the bed. So here's the X, and here's the Y, okay? So when I go to print this line, I'm only moving the bed. And then when I go to print this line, I'm only moving X. The bed doesn't have to move. It's only moving X. Okay? And then when I go to print this line, it's only moving the bed. And then when I go to print this line, it's only moving the X carriage. That allows for very good stability. If you print like this, you have to move the bed and the X-axis at the same time. So both are always moving. And that sometimes can cause a problem. I don't think that's going to be a problem on this. With a part this big, this thick, this simple, I don't think that's going to cause me a problem. I think we'll be okay. Let's go back to the slicer. Just for shiggles, how big is it if I print it with 3 perimeters? It's probably like 1.4 or 1.3. Oh, it's only 1.1. Damn, it's almost under a kilogram. Oh, that's crazy. I can almost print this with 3 perimeters and still be under a kilo. You know, it's almost there. It's 1.1. I'd only have to figure out how to lose 100 grams. I don't think it's worth it, though. I mean, it'd be nice to print with 3 perimeters, but, you know. But we're going to stick with 2. Okay, we fixed the infill. We're not going to add a brim for this first run. So we'll keep the brim at 0. We adjusted the infill. We could probably reduce this anchor to 50. Oh no, I know why it does that. The reason that's good is that it allows it to connect infill together. I'll show you what I mean. I'll show you why that's good. So when it's printing this infill pattern here, you can see, okay, this one's doing it in 3 segments. Wherever you have an anchor here, well, no, it's doing it in 2. Because each segment will have 2 anchors, a start anchor and a finish anchor. So if you look at how it's printing this, I could probably tell you how it's printing it. So let's assume this is the start. Okay, so it's going to start here, and it's going to come across here. It's going to continue straight across here. It's going to continue straight across here. And then it's going to come around here. And then it's going to come over here. And do here, do here, do here, do here, do here. And then it's going to terminate. It did all that infill in one single extrusion. Then it's going to come over here. And it's going to do this, 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 this. So with the exception of this V right here, it was able to do all this infill in one pass. And that's because I allowed the anchor to be 100 millimeters long, which this is a 25 millimeter anchor. If I restricted that 25 millimeters, it would have to stop here and then start a new extrusion. By allowing it to go 100 millimeters, it just kept on going and did the next route, which well, basically it reduces the number of retractions. And the more you can reduce the number of retractions, the more you reduce your extrusion issues. So it prints all of this infill with 2 executions, which is fantastic. That's what we want. So that's why this this is actually a setting I wish Simplify 3D had. This infill anchor is fantastic because what happens is, for example, let's say your print head is over here, okay? And it has to move over here to start printing this, right? Well, we can do it. It starts here, boom, 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 ends here. No. It ends here, okay? So now it has to jump over to here to print this V, okay? Because it's the only part it couldn't get in all that movement. Well, the problem is you have oozing. And sometimes a little bit of plastic, you'll stop here, you'll retract, you'll do a direct travel move from here to here, but in the time it took the nozzle to move from here to here, sometimes the plastic gets a little too hot, or a little bit of plastic oozes out. Have you ever had a print? If you've ever had a print with infill, and you've noticed that one joint on the infill isn't forming correctly. It's like there's a gap of filament there, and it's not connected to the wall, and this entire line of filament ends up all fucked up, all screwed up. Okay? That's the result of oozing from traveling. You traveled from here to here, but in that time you lost a little bit of filament to oozing, but the printer has no way to know you lost that filament. So when it gets to here and begins extruding, nothing comes out. And nothing comes out because it came out while it was moving. It's only a tiny bit, but it's enough that this doesn't connect. These anchors, let me go back to here, these anchors completely fix that. Because now when I do a travel move from here to here, thank you, CAD. Let me check that real quick. Hang on. Do that. Oh, Cash App. That is in a different device. That's going to show up in here. Finance, Cash App. Let's see. How do I check? It's showing me the total balance, but how do I check history? Notifications? No. Oh, nice. $50, dude. You rock. Thank you. Okay, so now this I have to be careful with. Why doesn't it show me the history? Is there no way to see the history? Like all the transactions that came in here. Clicking on the dollar amount doesn't do it. Routing doesn't do it. Why don't I have... It's got to be here. There it is. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, I just wanted to make sure because my brother's doing a thing for Michelle where we're trying to encourage her to save. When she gets money, she just spends it, and it's usually on food. So we're trying to encourage her to save. So we get $12 to $13 a month from Amazon Shopper Panel. And so to encourage her to save, 6 months ago, he said, hey, how about this? Between now and Christmas, we chose January 1st, so we get that last month. Between now and Christmas, if you don't spend your Amazon shopper panel, he's going to match what she has. So if she saves, $100 on Amazon shopper panel, he'll give her $100, so she'll have $200. So what he's been doing is he's been sending me little deposits. So, and I've been putting it in the Cash App to keep it separate from everything else. So that, when it comes time, he doesn't have to dump all that money at once. Like right now, he has $60 in there, and she has like 80. So he only has to put another 20 in there in order to be balanced again. This way, it doesn't hurt him all at once. And we're not telling her that, of course. So I wanted to make sure I didn't take any of his money out when I transfer this money. So thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Let me turn on my chat again. I just never had to look at the transaction history in Cash App before, so I had to figure out where it was. So that's PayPal. We don't need that. So when you jump from here to here, but that's because now you can get around that a little bit by adding coast and wipe. So like if you stop extruding just a tiny bit early, that'll take care of bulges at the end. But you got to be careful with coast and input coast, because you can actually go negative retraction using those settings. So be very, very careful using them. Usually you could just turn on combing, which keeps the nozzle in contact with the model so that it can't really ooze anywhere. It just has nowhere to go. But infill counts as solid part of the model to the slicer. So even though I want it to go out here like this to get over here, it's not going to do that because it considers this to be fair game because it's infill. So it's going to stop here and it's going to jump right over to here. Now, this is an infill anchor, and this is genius. I love this feature. So what happens is it doesn't start printing here. It starts printing here. And I can actually hear it failing and this working. Because usually what you'll hear, especially when you're doing a big nozzle print like I am, usually what you'll hear is your print will go, your nozzle will stop here, it'll retract, and it'll move over here, and just for the first couple of milliseconds, you'll hear the snap, crackle, pop. So it'll be, zzz, retract, move, and then go, and then it starts printing. And that little snap, crackle, pop is that can be the plastic heated up inside the nozzle a little bit too much. Sometimes filament has a little bit of water in it, and the snap, crackle, pop is the water flashing to steam inside the nozzle. And sometimes 5 degrees makes all the difference. Like at 245, I got snap, crackle, pop, but at 240, I don't. But anyway, when you hear that snap, crackle, pop at the beginning of an extrusion, you're probably going to have a little error there because you're going to have a little air bubble that's going to burst out and mess it up. Well, the advantage of this anchor is that go for it. Fucking fart, snap, crackle, pop all you want because it doesn't matter. It's doing it during this part. So as long as this anchor is big enough to cover the snap, crackle, pop and the oozing that happened when it moved, by the time the nozzle gets to here, it's like adding a prime line to every extrusion path for infill. So, snap, crackle, pop here, and you'll have a bubble, and a little oozing here, and you'll have a bubble. But it's okay, because this is not part of the model. This is just the anchor. So that by the time, think of this as a prime line to make sure when it starts printing here, where it's actually important, the filament is flowing smoothly. Pure genius. whatever coder thought of adding infill anchors, that person is a freaking genius. That is such a simple thing that is so damned effective. It is so functionally effective. On top of that, every place where there's an anchor, your wall is 3 layers thick. So it's also, so not only is it helping by being a prime line and helping by making sure your infill actually connects properly, which can have a dramatic effect on the structural integrity of your model, because if your filament doesn't connect properly, it can break off and not attach to the wall properly. So you can see that here. Here we go. This one did it. Yeah, this one was doing it. So you had that problem right here, and look, the filament is detached inside here. See? Look at that. See? The filament's not all attached. That's what happens when you have those little issues like that. Oh, here's a better one. It's already done here. You can see it here where it didn't attach. See? See how the plastic didn't attach properly there? That is such a simple operation. That was actually caused by printing too fast. So we were under extruding. But such a simple thing as this infill anchor, it adds the tiniest amount of plastic. I mean, it does make the model a little heavier, but it makes it more reliable. If you have a less reliable machine or less reliable filament, this fixes it. It's so simple. It's crazy how just effectively simple that is. All of my infill is now perfect. Perfect infill. Nice, structurally strong. No issues, no weaknesses. All the infills attached and connected properly. Oop. Absolutely the way it should be done. Just a genius feature. Okay, enough of that. But yeah, 891 grams. That's awesome. So that leaves me with, roughly 100 grams, maybe 110 grams for printing pegs. Okay, so I'm satisfied with this. Let's save this. Save project as build block V4C for curved 334 0.8 millimeter. Okay. So all we have to do is save that to the SD card and print it. So now let's try the pegs. Now that I know I can print with 110 grams. So where are my pegs? Here we go. Build block pegs. So here's our pegs that we're printing. But these are 276 grams. So I need to print less of them. I'm probably not going to be able to print as many as I'd like. Why are you giving me a problem? Okay. I think that's going to be over 110 grams. Uh, 138 grams. Oh, that's a pity. So it looks like I could print 6. Let's get it centered again. Because I do want a margin for safety. 103 grams. I have 110 grams. That's pushing it close. But if it doesn't finish printing the top couple layers, that's okay. It will not functionally diminish the part. So we can live with that. So let's save that as a project. Build block pegs 110G, 110 gram. It's actually 103 gram. Okay. And that will take 3 hours. Okay. And these are the new 35.6. Yes. So 80 millimeters tall, 35.6 in diameter. So now I can print 1 block and then print 6 pegs with the leftover filament from printing a block. So if I were to use, a brand new roll of filament like this one here, which I'm probably going to do, as much as I like my atomic filament transparent orange PETG, I don't really need a transparent orange PETG rocket. So I'm going to use this for a block. Expensive block. Very, very expensive block. Which I got to stop doing. I got to start using cheap plastic for it. In fact, I might do that. I might go out in the container and get that blue roll. I know there's a couple of transparent blue rolls out there that are cheap. I paid less than $10 for them. So now I can print. I can print one block with a roll of filament, and then I can immediately print the second file. So the question is, should I just add the pegs to the print? That's risky, because that creates a travel move on the first layer, which I would really prefer to avoid. We'll see how reliably it sticks to the bed. If it stays stuck to the bed properly, I may try adding the 6 pegs to the block print. So it'll print it'll probably still take about 20 hours to print, but it'll print one entire block and 6 pegs all at the same time. And it'll completely use up a roll of filament. There'll be like 5 grams of plastic left when it's done printing that. But first, let's try printing a block without doing that. And then we will, if it seems reliable, if it's sticking good, if it's not giving me any problems, then we'll try printing a block with the pegs and see if that messes it up. It shouldn't, but I don't want to take a chance. So I don't want to blow an entire kilo of plastic because I wanted to gamble on that. So we'll try it without first. All right, so anything else? I do want to run to the post office. I want to get that build plate for the CR6SE so I can get back to printing these. I got to reslice these at the volumetric speed limit that we have so we don't have the cracking. I also think I want to beef up. I want to shrink the. I think I want to shrink. I might want to shrink this a little bit so I can beef up this end a little bit. It's a little crinkly. Well, not crinkly. It's too flexible. So there's really not a lot stopping these parts. See how they come apart pretty easily? Not a huge deal, but if I can make these a little stiffer, and making this smaller would make this stiffer, and making this smaller would also make this less prone to damage. So I think I want to do that. I want to try to make this smaller so I can make this thicker. And I'll still be able to slide it in like that and pop it in place. That will still work. You can see there it's prone to damage because it's so thin. Now theoretically, once this is assembled, that won't matter because that's all going to be inside. But still, if I can make this a more durable product, I would prefer to. Why can't I slide this down more? There it goes. There we go. There we go. Wasn't aligned correctly. I also want to try to loosen up this fit a little bit. Make this not so tight. I want it to be pretty firm because I want this wall to hold itself together. But I'd like to make it a little easier to slide these parts so they don't resist so much. The biggest problem with this one is it likes to peel off the bed. Boy, does it like to peel. I think only a decent brim is going to stop that. I think I'm going to have to add a decent brim to this. What is the smallest length you'd be happy with to reduce time and filament on the... Are you talking about the anchor? Are you talking about the infill anchor? I use 25-100. But this is going to depend on, you know, what you're printing and how big your nozzle is and stuff like that. But under print settings, infill, here it is right here. These two settings here. There's no infill in this part. That's why it's disabled. So if I turn it on. So I use 25 as the length of the infill anchor, but I allow it to go up to 100 if it wants to. And that allowing it to go to 100 allows it to connect more infill lines into a single continuous pattern. Interestingly enough, Simplify 3D does that automatically. This thing here, this maximum length of anchor in order to connect all the infill lines into one single continuous motion. Like technically infill should be printed, you know, extrude, retract, move, extrude, retract, move, extrude, retract, move, extrude, retract, move. Well, that's going to cause a lot of flaws in your print. Every time you have a retraction, you add time and you add errors. So it tries to connect as much of the infill together into one continuous extrusion path. Simplify 3D actually does that automatically. That's built into Simplify 3D. What it doesn't do is have this anchor. You can actually see the anchor right there. Yeah, right there. See that little extra bit of plastic right there? That's the anchor. The anchor, Simplify 3D doesn't do. And I'd like them to add that. It does the connect automatically, but it doesn't do the initial. And even the ending anchor isn't as necessary, but it's still nice because it means by having a start anchor and an end anchor, what it means is when the print head stops, retracts, and moves, it's not doing so at a critical junction in the model. This point here and this point here are critical junctions because that's what connects the perimeters to the infill. So by adding these anchors, the time when an error is going to occur is going to be at the stop, retract, and move command. That's where errors are going to occur. And it's moving that error point to the ends of these anchors, which as you can see are completely irrelevant. If there's a small error here, it's not going to affect the model. If there's a small extrusion glitch, it's not going to affect the model. If there's a snap, crackle, pop from excessive heat, it's not going to affect the model. If there's an oozing during the travel movement, it's not going to affect the nozzle because the anchor is basically a mini prime line for each infill line. And that is huge. It adds plastic, but not much. I mean, how much does this little bit of plastic weigh? 5 grams? It's nothing. In the bigger scheme of things. And on your tinier models, it's going to be even less. Oh, yes. And remember, the only reason I have mine set at 25 millimeters is because I'm printing with such a big nozzle. 5 millimeters is probably enough for a small model. Model where you're going to have like 20% infill or something like that. 5 millimeters is probably enough. But yeah, 10 definitely would be enough. The point is to have the anchor long enough that if you pay attention to your printer, you'll notice that it's the very beginning of an extrusion that has a problem. Like print your skirt. You notice the first couple of millimeters the plastic's not quite coming out right. That's the whole point of the skirt, is to get all the plastic to start coming out right. Well, that happens on a micro scale every time you travel move. It's not as bad as when you print the skirt because that's, the plastic was heating up in the hot end. It was hydrolyzed. It's oozing that entire time. But even moving from here to here, there's going to be a slight little bit of heating and a slight little bit of oozing. So you don't need like an entire skirt to fix that. 5 or 10 millimeters is plenty. And that second number of a greater amount is also nice because it allows you to connect more infill lines together. But you might want to make yours like, make your anchor, 7 millimeters and a maximum of 20 millimeters. That should be enough with normal infill to connect everything together. I'm printing a gigantic model with 2.7% infill. So I need big anchors because of my big extrusions. You know, with a 1 millimeter nozzle and a 0.5 millimeter layer height, a lot of plastic can ooze if it wants to. You know that much plastic for me might be a line that big. While with your 0.2 millimeter layer height, it might only ooze that much plastic, which might only equal 3 or 4 millimeters on your model. So smaller model, smaller nozzle, more infill, doesn't require as large an anchor. Because of my giant scale and my giant nozzle, I chose a giant anchor. And because I had the filament budget for it, so I don't care. As long as I'm under a kilo, it's not like it's going to save me 100 grams, which is something I would do. If I could save 100 grams, I would, because I could print more pegs. Or I can increase the amount of infill to make the part stronger. But, the 5 or 10 grams of savings by making that smaller is not going to help me. It's not going to save me anything. It's just going to be wasted plastic on the end of a spool that's not going to get used for anything else because it's this big. Okay? So I would rather have the increased reliability of that nice big fat anchor to make sure these parts come together right. So I didn't waste 23 hours in a kilogram of plastic for nothing. But again, if you were printing something small, you're printing something like that, you don't need a 25 millimeter anchor. That's crazy. It's half the model. Basically I want the anchor to be either 25% of the distance from infill to infill. So, half to 25% of this distance here between this point and this point, or enough millimeters that the snap, crackle, pop stops. Just enough millimeters that by the time it gets from start of the anchor to start of the infill and then begins printing the infill, I want this to be just long enough that by the time it gets to here, the filament is properly flowing out the nozzle. So think of it as a prime line. Now, when you first start a print, you need a 200 millimeter prime line or a 100 millimeter prime line. But when you're just moving from here to here, you don't need a 100 millimeter prime line. You need a 4, 5, or 6 millimeter prime line. Just enough to make sure the plastic is smoothly extruding without leaving you with a gap. That's all. That's all it is. But great feature. I love that feature. No problem. I'm probably going to do a dedicated... These videos don't tend to get very many views, the little educational videos I do. Sometimes they take off, like my hot end video really took off. And my bed leveling video, even though it's crazy long, that one took off. Just because, people really need that information. But most of my little educational videos don't do that many views, but that's okay. They're easy to do. And they're helpful for the people who do find them. So I'll probably do a dedicated video on just that and explaining why it's beneficial. It would be interesting to perform a test on a 3D print to see if the bevel really does make it worse. I think it does. I think the bevel was the reason that part was peeling so badly. I think maybe even the square one would work okay if I didn't have the bezel. And I might try that. I might try removing the bezel from the square one. It's a lot easier to get a proper squish on a first layer when you're printing with a big fat nozzle because you have a lot more leeway. I can be less accurate with my first layer and get away with it. When your first layer is 0.2 millimeters thick, you don't have much leeway. Before you're screwing up the model. I mean, if you're off by 0.1 millimeters, that's 50% too far or 50% too close. While with a 0.8 millimeter extrusion and a 0.5 millimeter layer height, I can be off by your entire layer height and still not even be half my layer thickness. So the fat nozzles are much, much more forgiving. That's why big printers should come with at least a 0.6 or a 0.8 millimeter nozzle. And then your your first layer height, your Z offset, and the flatness of your bed is a lot less critical. When you're dropping fat layers like that, it's a lot less critical, and you can get away with a lot more inaccuracy and still get a perfectly good print. So, yep, I'm going to try printing that. I'm going to go out and get that roll. I know exactly where. I think 2 rolls of blue clear pet GR. Those are what I'm going to use. And I'm going to try printing the new rounded one. I might also attempt to... that is indeterminate. There's no way for me to tell you that. I could give you 5 different prices and they'll all be correct. Okay? Here's what I can tell you. The walls alone, not counting the roof and the door, okay? The walls alone are equal to your filament cost per kilogram multiplied by the perimeter in feet and the height and altitude. Okay? So if I want to print a 10 by 10 shed, and I put a 2.5 foot door on the shed. I'll explain in a minute why I'm gonna do that. I just thought of it right now. Right this second, I just thought of it. What if I were to take this and also print a little washer? Just a little, 1 millimeter thick washer. About that big. About 100 millimeter washer that fits right over top of this. Loosely, just sits there. Just 1 millimeter thick. I cannot believe I just thought of this. And the rounded corners let me do this. Especially if I do the full 150 millimeter round corners, which I can do for the doors. You know how that one block I made with the 150 millimeter round corner? The idea just hit me. Now I can't do this with all the blocks because square blocks won't do this. But if I do this, and then I do this, and then I do this, okay? So here's your blocks, okay? Here's your blocks. If there's a washer here and a washer here, this block will rotate. It'll act as a hinge. Oh, man. If I do it right, the blocks themselves can be the hinge for the door. Yeah! For UV protection, I'm not. I don't care. I will be deceased and worm food in an urn somewhere before UV can destroy these blocks. Okay? So my UV concerns, 0. And there's also a super simple way of dealing with UV concerns that are complete bullshit and don't exist for 3D prints. It's called a can of spray paint. You take a can of white primer and just your UV problems just went away because now the UV light can't reach the plastic. a serious note, though, UV degradation of the plastic is just not a thing. Are they susceptible to UV degradation? Absolutely yes. Now, for blocks like this, UV degradation could become an issue, but it's a cosmetic issue. Meaning, these blocks might begin to lose their color and become a little bit cloudier as the UV damages the pigments in the plastic. But that's a cosmetic problem. The block isn't going to collapse. It's not going to become brittle and break and collapse. It's just not going to happen. Not at this scale. Not when you're printing a 1.6 millimeter wall. It's just not going to be an issue. The only time, no, there is no only time. The one time I printed I still have it somewhere. My brother painted it, the dumbass. I told him not to paint it, and he painted it. He forgot, and he painted over it. But that was at the end. I printed a mounting jack for my electric car charger to screw into the wall at the store in Egg Harbor City, New Jersey. So that when I was not charging the car, I can stick it into that jack, and this way I won't have to worry about the $125 J1772 handle being kicked or stepped on or run over. You know, I had a loop to hang the cord on and plug in the wire. That was gold PLA. It wasn't even a high quality PLA. It was a cheap Chinese, came from Hobby King, like literally from China, a Hobby King roll of gold PLA. Was it still gold after 5 years in the New Jersey sun sitting on the side of my building? No. It was like a, I don't know how to describe it. It was like a khaki yellow color. Basically, the metallic gold had gone away. It lost that metallic gold color. So, you know, you could tell it was a faded, used to be gold. Okay, so it lost color. But the part was still structurally sound. There was nothing wrong with the part. I can grab the handle and wiggle it around. The part didn't break. You know, and that's a lot of torque. You know, most 3D prints are never going to see that much torque. It was printed pretty high density because I knew it was going to be roughly handled. You know, they'll be plugging the electric car thing in, hanging the cord on it, putting screws through it to put it into the wall. So I knew it needed to be tough. So it had like, you know, 25% infill and 3 perimeters or 4 perimeters or something like that. But it held up fine. 5 years in the UV, and the color was going away. The color was faded, but the part itself was structurally perfectly fine. There was nothing wrong with the part. And the same thing with these parts here. They will be fine. You might lose color for a shed that's sitting out in the sun, especially here in New Mexico. I will be sure to keep you updated because, well, once I have it outside, year by year, we'll see how it handles it. But the part is not going to fail. It's not going to collapse, fall apart, or deteriorate. The worst that'll happen is clear parts will become less clear as they become cloudy. You ever see, you know, clear things, they become cloudy over time out in the sun. That might happen. And otherwise, you know, parts like this might lose their colors. Like these colors might start to fade and become more drab. But the part itself will be fine. Now, heat is another issue. However, I've described this before, so I need to make a dedicated video on this because this is actually important. There are many different ways of moving heat around, but there are basically only 2 ways for you to heat something up. There are variations of these 2 ways, but all the ways that you can come up with to heat something, at least that I can think of. I could be wrong on this, but I don't think I am. There's only 2 ways to heat something up: conduction and radiation. Okay? Conduction is touch it. Okay? When you touch it, there's a transfer of heat. Whichever object is hotter is going to give up its heat energy to the other object. So this plastic is cooler than my hand. So when I touch it, it feels cool. Okay? Now, how cool does it feel depends on the rate at which the transfer occurs. A faster transfer will feel cooler than a slower transfer. Plastic is a relatively insulating material, so it's a slow transfer. So it feels cool, but not that cool. A chunk of tool steel is an extremely good transfer of heat. So when you touch this, it downright feels cold, even though it's the exact same temperature as this. This is the same temperature as this, but this just feels, okay, slightly cooler, while this feels like it's frozen. It's like, damn, that's cold. Okay? And that's because of the temperature delta, meaning what's the temperature of this, what's the temperature of this. And then, on top of that, what is the rate at which this part can conduct heat, and this part can conduct heat. How readily will my skin give up heat? How readily will this greedily take heat? This is very, very greedy. Feels cold. This is borderline an insulator. So that actually feels warmer now after having touched that. Okay? So that's conduction. A lot of people get confused. They think, well, it's cold outside. That's conduction. You say, well, what am I touching? You're touching the air. The air is a physical thing. It's carbon dioxide, oxygen, nitrogen, argon, xenon. These are physical things. You feel it. Do this. Can you feel the air you're moving? Air is physical. It's no different than this. It's just that it's a gas instead of a solid. But it's still physical atoms. And so you are still conducting heat from the air, your body, to the air. Your body is releasing heat by conduction and also by radiation. That's how a thermal camera works. A thermal camera works by reading the infrared radiation that everything emits. It's called black body radiation. Unless you're at absolute zero, you're emitting heat. Colder things just emit a lot less heat than hotter things do. But they're both emitting heat. That's why a heat pump can work. That's why even though it's 30 degrees outside, my heat pump is still able to take heat from outside in the 30-degree air. It's able to collect heat and bring it inside the house. It just has to collect a lot more of it. Because at 30 degrees, it needs a lot more to equal the same amount of heat inside here. That's why they get less efficient as it gets colder. Okay? Now, you have a second form of heat, the infrared we were talking about, called radiation. Now, you can feel this. All right? On a nice, the next time you have a sunny day, and it's wintertime outside, I want you to go outside with an umbrella. And I want you to keep the umbrella covering your head. And I want you to step outside into the sun with the umbrella covering your face. And I want you to feel what it feels like. Okay? So the umbrella is covering you hold the umbrella right here so your entire face is completely in shadow. And I want you to just get used to that. I want you to feel that. That's conduction. That is the heat from your body leaving via the molecules of air that bump into your body. Just like this. Every time this touches you, your body transfers heat. Because heat only moves from hot to cold. Never from cold to hot. A heat pump is not moving from cold to hot. It's collecting. It's a little bit different in this context. So, now, once you've gotten used to what that feels like, now move the umbrella out of the way. And close your eyes and look up at the sun. Do you feel the warmth of the sun on your face? That's not conduction. You already know what the conduction feels like when you had the umbrella protecting you. So what changed? Where's this heat coming from? It's not coming from the air, because if it was coming from the air, you would have felt it with the umbrella blocking it, blocking the sun. You would have felt it if it was coming from the air, because your umbrella is blocking the sunlight. It's not blocking the air. Okay? So that heat's not coming from the air. Where is it coming from? Where's that warmth coming from? It's radiation. Not the Geiger counter radiation, but infrared, ultraviolet, and visible light. Put your hand in front of your headlight of your car. Don't touch it. Put it in front of it. You can feel heat. That's radiation. That's infrared radiation radiating out from the headlight and hitting your hand. Well, the sun does the same thing in the wintertime. So, when you talk about the heat of summer affecting a 3D printed part, the 3D printed part has what's called a temperature of deflection, sometimes called glass transition temperature. It's actually different names for different technical values. But all that's relevant to you is that at some temperature, the plastic will become flexible. It'll cease to be a rigid solid, and it will become a soft solid. It's not melting. It's becoming a soft solid. Now, take a rubber band, stretch it between your fingers. Now, pretend your fingers are the structure of solid matter. Okay? So, this is solid matter. This is not solid matter. Okay? So, solid matter, not solid matter. So, take a rubber band or some filament, and I want you to make it this wide. Okay? But I want you to do it as solid matter. So, solid matter, make it that wide. Now just hold it there. That's solid matter. But there's energy here. There's potential energy stored in this plastic, right? And how can I prove that? Let it go. See? Now that energy has been released, and now it's the shape it wants to be at its lowest energy state. Okay? When we print something, it's under tension because we are expanding the plastic, extruding it over a model, stretching it out a little bit. This is why getting your flow rate right is correct too, because this will be less of a problem the better your flow rate. The less you stress the plastic, the less problem you'll have in the future. So you're basically printing the plastic under stress. You're doing this to a molten plastic, and then you're Superman and you're going, not impressed. When he broke the guy's axe after he froze it. Okay? So you're holding it. Now, when that plastic reaches the temperature of deflection, you're basically saying, okay, let it go. And when you let it go, what's it going to do? It's going to move to its lowest energy state, which is this. Okay? So this part prints under tension. And when it reaches the temperature of deflection, the plastic is now allowed to move a little bit. It's not fluid, it's not liquid, but it's allowed to move. It's softer, it's deformable. Okay? It reaches the temperature at which deformation becomes permanent. Deformation can be temporary. Deformed, not deformed. Deformed, not deformed. Okay, so deformation can be temporary. Okay? But if I do this and then heat this up to its temperature of deflection and let it sit there for a bit and then cool it back down, well, guess what? Now this is the low energy state and it stops doing that. Okay? So you have all these tensions built into your model due to the nature of thermoplastics and the very nature of how you made it, the 3D printing process, which means there's a whole bunch of potential energy stored inside that plastic. And when the model reaches the temperature of deflection, there's less to stop it from just resetting back to its low energy state, which usually is a form of shrinkage or warpage. Okay? Now, the thicker you print, the more it'll resist this. The more infill you have, the more it'll resist this. Okay? So if you know a PLA part's going to experience a lot of, close to, issue temperatures, print it with 4 walls and 30% infill. it will resist warping a lot better. Where this part that's printed in vase mode will just warp like crazy, this part printed with structure will, maybe this will go to 38 degrees and then it's going to warp like crazy. While this might make it to 42 degrees before it warps like crazy because it has more structure. Now, it does not matter what the temperature in your environment is. It matters what the temperature of the plastic is. Once the plastic reaches the temperature of deflection, it will begin to deform. Okay? Now, there are two ways your plastic can reach. Now this temperature is not written in stone, but let's say it's 40 centigrade. There are two ways your plastic can reach 40 centigrade. You can place it in an environment that is 40 centigrade. Your plastic is not going to warp. Because this plastic is 20 centigrade. And I place it in an oven at 40 centigrade. Nothing will happen to the part. But it's in a 40 centigrade oven. Doesn't matter. The part has to reach 40 centigrade. So until this part absorbs enough heat to reach where it is 40 centigrade, then it will warp. So I can actually put this part into boiling water for a second and pull it back out, and it'll be fine. As long as it hasn't absorbed enough energy from the water to reach 40 centigrade. So I can put this in a 100-degree oven, not 100 Celsius, but even 100 Celsius. I can toss this into a 100 Celsius oven, and if I pull it out 5 seconds later, it's probably going to be okay. Depends. There's a lot of issues and variables here. So the part itself has to reach 40 centigrade. Now, how can I make this part reach 40 centigrade if it's 10 degrees outside? You do realize that can happen, right? I can make this part warp in the middle of winter. Because you have a second form of heating, radiation, the sunlight you feel on your face. Okay? That radiation can directly heat the part. Radiation hits the part warms up. Now, the part is also in a cold environment, so the part is radiating heat to the local environment. But if the radiation input rate exceeds the black body dissipation rate to the environment, the part temperature will go up. If the black body radiation dissipation into the environment by conduction and radiation is greater than the input of solar radiation, the part will cool down. And if they're matched, the part will stay the same. So this is a very, very oversimplified way of describing this. But basically, this is releasing heat to the environment at a certain number of BTUs. Let's call it 100 BTUs because I'm going to make a number up and pull it right out of my ass. Okay? So let's say it's 100 BTUs. And if I take the sun and I apply 100 BTUs of heat to the part, nothing changes. I'm bleeding 100 and I'm absorbing 100. However, if I apply 200 BTUs to the part and it's only emitting 100 BTUs, well then the part is going to begin to heat up. What's going to change how it heats up? Color. A black car is going to heat up a lot faster in the sunlight than a white car. That's why the black asphalt of the road melts the snow, but your white concrete driveway hasn't melted the snow. Because you don't have that black surface absorbing all that sunlight, heating it up and melting the snow. That's why my driveway doesn't melt, because it's concrete. It's white. So it doesn't absorb a whole lot of solar radiation. That's why snow has trouble melting, because it's white, it's clear, so it doesn't absorb all that much radiation. See you later, Colin. Thank you very much. So the lighter the color you print with, the more resistant to heat it will be as far as radiation. Now, if it's 40 degrees centigrade where you live, You just can't use PLA, buddy. But you know, if it's 30C where you live, well, as long as you print the part in white, you'll be fine. But if you print the part in black, you're in deep shit. Because you only need to raise it 10 degrees. And the solar radiation is going to easily do that. Now, it doesn't matter what the color of the part is. It matters what color is exposed to the radiation. If I take a black part and I paint that part with white spray paint, it will perform just as well as a white part will. Because the surface of the model is white. That's what's going to determine how much radiation it absorbs. So if you have to use a dark color, paint it. So if you're printing a shed and you got a whole bunch of black, paint it white. Otherwise you're going to have problems. PETG has a slightly higher temperature of deflection, but that only matters for conductive heat. When it comes to radiation, the sun is pumping out enough of it that I don't care if it's PETG or PLA, it's going to warp if you print it in black. People say, well, I have it in my car and it doesn't warp because your car is protecting it from the sun. So it's just conductive heat. So as long as the environment in the car doesn't get too hot, you're okay. But if you stick that car up on your dash, let's see how long it stays, from liquid. But yeah, so when you print parts for outdoor use, you either need to shield them from the sun or you need to print them in light colors if you're going to use PLA and including PETG. You just want to avoid dark colors. If you really have a need to print it in black for some reason, you're going to have to use PETG and you're going to have to use enough perimeters and enough infill that it has enough mass to hold itself together, because it's going to get hot in the sun. I don't care how cool it is where you are, a black part is going to get very hot in the sun, because the reason the part is black is because it's absorbed most of the light that hit it. The reason this part is white is because it reflected most of the light that hit it. And the more light it absorbs, the more radiation is heating up the part. So you need to avoid that heating by printing with light colors. So, that's it. I'm probably not going to go out today. I'll do it tomorrow when I go out. I'm hoping more of the snow melts. I got like a foot of snow in the backyard. I really don't want to trudge through a foot of snow. But I'm going to try printing the rounded one. And now I really want to print the all the way rounded one because that will act as a hinge. But I know a way around that too. I could print just the hinge part with the full 150 millimeter diameter, and it will hinge correctly on a square part. So obviously you saw the parts resisted me turning them, and that's because the two layers of infill were touching. That's where the 1 millimeter washer comes in. The 1 millimeter washer is to separate the two blocks so they're not directly touching each other, and then it can rotate on that washer. So I can actually use the blocks as hinges for a door. That's fucking cool. That's just gonna be really cool. Somebody walk up, tell me where the door is. Oh, it's this section of wall right here. That's gonna be so cool. And you can even make full open doors if you just have the block. If this is your wall and you have your last block come out like this, like that, and then you no, that won't work. Even if I do that, that won't work. The door would have to be out here. Yeah, the door would have to be out here and hinge this way. You could do it. It'd be a little funky. But I just like, I'm okay with a 90-degree opening door. And that's just going to be freaking cool to have a door that's just going to do that. That's just going to be awesome. I am so glad I thought of that. That is such a nifty little feature. But, alright, that's it. I will see you guys later. You have a great day. Thank you so much to Colin and Cad for the $100 between the two of you. That is incredibly helpful. You have no idea. That is really, really helpful. I really, really appreciate that. That's it. I will see you guys later. You have a great night, and you have a great holiday. And seriously, anybody who stuck it to the end here, appreciate your family. You know, don't argue, don't fight, don't bicker. Our dad died Christmas Eve. Probably because he needed to go to the hospital, didn't want to, because he didn't want to spend another Christmas in the hospital, and it cost him his life. And the most thankful thing that I can think of in that entire shitty situation is that the night before he died, when I came in and said goodnight, I helped him out of the shower, because he's a fall risk. I cleaned up and redressed his wounds. I helped him get dressed for bed, made his bed. We sat down and watched, I think it was 60 minutes. I think we watched 60 minutes for an hour or so. And we just had a chat, it was friendly. Because there was a lot of fighting going on, money. You know, he was desperate for it. He needed it for the healthcare. Nothing would have been worse than us having a big blowout the night before he dies and never being able to say thank you or good night or sorry. So a lot of the times we meet family during these kinds of holidays because, you know, people move apart and they only come together for big things like Christmas or New Year's. So be friendly to your family. Even the estranged ones who are assholes, who you just want to fillet them on a grill and eat them. You know, I have a few. There's a few that, you know, they're at the top of the menu for my dinner list. But on the holidays, just suck it up. Just chill. Because if they die in an accident the next day, you will live a much better life knowing that your last interaction with them was friendly. So, appreciate the family you meet. Have a good holiday. Eat some good food. We bought a ham, and of course they gave us the biggest goddamn ham they have. It's a range, you know, from $14 to $30, and of course we got a $30 ham that we really didn't need. But now I have 5 packages of ham. I cut it all up. So we're going to make 6 meals out of that ham. Salted caramel ham. Oh yeah, it's going to be good. You know, make some good food, have some good experiences, take some pictures, you know, enjoy it. You know, we live in a shit world, in a shit country, with shit people running it, and everybody's looking to stab everybody else. Have fun. You know, enjoy a little bit of it. You know, so you don't have complete and total regrets later. And I will definitely see you guys next week. It's not Christmas. Christmas is Monday. So I will see you next Wednesday. And you guys have a good holiday.